report, but
Recording in
anything else.
progress.
Okay. And I don't think you should allow this opportunity to go by. I would also like to commend the subcommittee that did the report. It was an excellent report. I think it is a model for subcommittee reports going forward. If anybody wants to know how to do it, that's how to do it. So I think it's very helpful to all of us, and I of course, want to put an applause in for my buddy Pierre, who I used to work with on the Library Commission. I'm used to that high level of quality from him, and I'm glad that he's still doing it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more public comments? Okay. I see one more. Okay, Ms. Morris, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sorry. I guess we're standing here. Oh, thank you. Just briefly, Happy New Year. I am a commissioner, Park and Rec commissioner, speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner this evening. I wanted to take a minute and say I think we may be missing a golden opportunity. So the commission did a great job. The Library Commission did a great job with the remodel information. I think it looks great. I think what we're hearing over and over again is we need a bigger library. We need a different library than what we have for what's going on at our library now. So I'm suggesting put the brakes on and let's look at this in a more organic, holistic way, because I think we may be missing the big picture and doing some piecemealing here. And there may be support now for a larger library, whereas historically there wasn't support for that. Seems like it might be worth exploring that idea. The other part is, in the plans that I saw at the Library Commission meeting when I was watching it, was there seems to be, if you move forward with the remodel, I think there may be an opportunity, if nothing else, to push forward into where the snack area is and utilize that area differently, and even push out to the covered area. And reroute some traffic. It was even mentioned at the Library Commission meeting to route the traffic one way into that area and then have it one way out a different area. So I think there's room to maybe go a little bigger and a little better on this than what we're doing. Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Are there any more speaker cards? All right. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Okay, then with that, I would like to invite the Library Commission subcommittee to give their presentation.
Just a quick intro, Mayor, and I'm going to share my screen with the presentation. Please. Okay. We're going to check on it, but it's up on the Zoom. I think Nick's going to make sure that it's up there. But before, we just wanted to recognize that this is the Library Commission's Library Improvements Ad Hoc Subcommittee that was formed at the direction of City Council for the Library Commission to evaluate potential improvements for the library. And once we get the presentation up, I'll hand it over to Vice Chair Bedard and Commissioner Crane.
Recording in progress.
So, should we start with just? Oh, no.
Give us 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. If he gets it up here, I'm okay.
I've got to just start shaving my head.
He said he's going to put it up. Well, you guys said you put it up.
It's okay.
Sorry about this. There's an awful lot of buttons in that room, whereas I would have preferred just go or no. Oh, here we go.
Good. Ready? First off, thank you, City Council, for hosting myself and Commissioner Crane. My name's Pierre Bedard. I've been on the Library Commission for 5 years. I've been a Los Altos resident since 1999. Julie, if you want to intro yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Julie Crane. I have been a commissioner for 3 years now, I think, and I have been a resident here since 2006.
So today, we're going to show you this proposed timeline twice, but I'll go over it once right now. Tonight, we hope that the City Council can give us some direction based on our proposals and recommendations. On Monday, the 29th, we hope we are agendized to go to the NCLA with this presentation, and hopefully following their approval of our recommendation, we'll be able to come back to the city for action with regards to issuing an RFP or beginning the parts of the RFP to draw up preliminary plans. The goal of the discussion tonight is really that the City Council receive and consider our proposal for the use of NCLA funds towards the remodeling of the main library. Go on. So it's important to note all the resources that went into the preparation of this with myself and Commissioner Crane. We looked at 2 needs assessments, one from 2008, the other from 2018, an architectural feasibility study from 2018, included the Santa Clara County Library Strategic Plan, which runs from 2023 to 2028, and also included other resources, including Measure L, the NCLA Joint Powers Agreement, future subcommittee reports that the commission has studied in the past as to where to go with the library, and finally, probably our most important document, the history of the Los Altos Library by Marion Abel, written in 1965. And here we have some outtakes from Marion's study. And the important thing here to note is that our library has been around for 110 years. The Friends of the Library have been around for not quite 110 years, but they were there almost at inception. We have an institution, we have hats, we have art walls, we have a beautiful library that was built in 1990. 4 key things I'd like to highlight: the last major remodel, the square footage, the circulation, and the gate count. In terms of the age of libraries, we are the oldest library and come in at number 7. Note Woodland is not in this list, but of the county libraries, we had the last major remodel in 1990. In terms of square footage, we're number 6. The only smaller library is Campbell, which was just remodeled. Finally, in circulation and gate count, we're number 4. So while we have the oldest library, the second least amount of square footage, we support a great portion of our populace. In fact, we could be seen as number 3. It's been rumored that Saratoga pulled clients, gate count, and circulation from Campbell. So we are definitely hitting above our weight. If we look at today, 825 people visit daily, and circulation's up 39% year to year in Los Altos. So in terms of funding, there has been some controversy as to where these numbers come from. I want to assure you that these numbers are extremely conservative. By nature, I am conservative. And what we view is we have about 13 million potentially conservatively available for remodel. I believe that there are approximately 10 million in NCLA funds, and again, a conservative number. 1 million's been allocated from the Friends of the Library for any shovel-ready project. And what's very important is TBD from Lawley, in that Lawley has a capacity to potentially raise much more money from the private sector that we're unsure about. and Lolly would go off and do it on its own. But I did not include a big influx of money in looking at the potential funding. Now, when you look at 13 million, or be it 14 or 15 million, please note one thing: it's not 60 million. And this goes on to probably the most controversial thing I'll say today. There are not enough funds to rebuild, in my estimation. There are enough funds to remodel if we focus, and that's what we've chosen to do in this project. So with that, we have 3 proposals, and I'll turn it over to Julie.
Thanks so much. Before we, well, yes, perfect. No, we can go on to the recommendations. We have 3 recommendations for you tonight, and they are listed for you here, Proposal 1, 2, and 3. We will talk about each of those in turn, but before we do that, I just wanted to make a couple of points. Each of these proposals, well, almost each, there's one that's not new, but each of these proposals is based upon a prior study from 2008 or 2018. And if you'd like to follow along, there is a chart on the back of your FAQ which shows you where these proposals come from. On the next few pages, you will see photos, and these photos are suggestions. They're not have-tos, they're not requirements. We just think that these photos will help explain the words and inform the discussion. And finally, we do recognize that there are a variety of changes that are going on at the library. For example, the county is refreshing the children's room. They will be putting on a roof. There are other proposals for outside the library, but our proposal focuses on the interior of the library only. So this would be something that is done with those others in mind. So having said that, if we could move on. Proposal 1, we thought we'd first orient you to where in the building these proposals lie. And so you can see the big circle. This is really to reconfigure and enlarge the lobby. And that is from the 2008 study. There is an asterisk by it, and that indicates that it is also a part of the county's strategic plan. So it does, as our ecosystem is complex, it does tie in a number of issues from our other partners. If we go to the next pages, we'll go through each of those in turn. And so on the left-hand side, you can see an example of our current library, our lobby. On the right-hand side is just a pictorial representation of what an expansion could be. So that is taking the library all the way out to the front doors. On the next slide, we propose to install family bathrooms. This was something mentioned in 2008. On the left-hand side, you can see our current configuration, and on the right-hand side is an example of family restrooms in the Cupertino children's space. So this is one of our sister libraries, and that is an example of that. On the next page, address, circulation, and reference desk. One of the notes in the 2008 study was that the reference desk is oriented 180 degrees from the front door. There's not enough signage, and so people often cannot find it. What you see on the right-hand side is a representation of an information and reference desk that are combined into one and take up less floor space than our current. Another proposal was to move the children's area entrance to enable direct access. So in the 2008 study, it was noted that children come all the way into the center of the library. The doors are propped open to ensure access, and sound can travel out into the library. So a suggestion is what you see on the right-hand side, which is to have an open space where children can easily enter more towards the front to cut down on noise for our patrons. Next, find a suitable alternative for holds. In the 2008 study, they talked about the fact that holds there was not enough space for holds. They said it's so bad that we used the bottom shelf and the top shelf, and you can see that we're still doing that in 2024. So the proposal on the right-hand side is to relocate the holds and to provide more space. This is a very popular service for our users, and so to provide more space so that people can gain access to this would be our recommendation. On the next slide, improve the Friends sales space. So again, on the left-hand side it's changed a little bit, but it's still pretty similar to that. And so this takes up valuable floor space. I want to say that the Friends are a wonderful part of our ecosystem. They raise significant funds for our library, and so we want to ensure that they have adequate space. A proposal, a suggestion is what you see on the right-hand side, and that's to orient the material so that people can browse it more readily and take up less floor space. There are some ongoing improvements that we would recommend. So you can see remediate inadequate wiring. It was actually identified as part of the 2008 study that people need spaces to plug in their laptops, and that's even more of a critical need now. We simply don't have that infrastructure. And then on the right-hand side, improve accessibility, and so that's to enable more accessibility for people with limited mobility. So proposal 2 expands upon proposal 1. You can see our circle is bigger, so we're incorporating more. And if we look to the next page, so proposal 2 includes proposal 1 plus a remodel to support limited open access space. And so, yep, if you go to the next slide, we wanted to just take a moment to talk about open access. This was recommended by the Library Commission in July of 2021. It basically extends access by opening the library earlier to patrons. So people who are commuting can come in earlier, people with children, people who just want quiet space without a lot of people around. It's been a large success, I think, not only here, but it's been widely adopted in other communities. It is currently deployed at Woodland, and it would be, if you go back to the previous slide, one of the things that's critical for that is to have line of sight into the library to ensure safety. And so that picture that you see there is simply a representation of what line of sight would mean, and that could be not the entire library, but in parts of it, reducing space or providing line of sight into other spaces. So that's just a suggestion. We also would include in this proposal to evaluate, go back, no worries, evaluate and consolidate staff areas and friend space to improve efficiency. That was identified in a previous study. Create an acoustic quiet zone. A lot of our patrons say that they can't go and just enjoy a book and read in quiet because it is a very noisy space. So creating an acoustic quiet zone for people to enjoy reading. Finally, to evaluate and redeploy library digital needs in computing, printing, and scanning. That has also taken a significant change since 2008, so we'd want to reevaluate that. If you move forward too, we have our last proposal, which is proposal 3. And so again, that incorporates proposal 1 and 2. So you can see that circle is bigger. And so if we go to the next page, what we include here is to remodel to support full open access. Again, provide line of sight into the library. And we also include create an opening between the children's space and orchard room to expand usable space. That is simply a suggestion. But basically, how can we expand usable space? If you look at the top picture there, that is an accordion door between a meeting room and another space in the library. So we thought perhaps we could do it in our library, perhaps at the children's space. But that, again, is just a suggestion. If we move on, these again are our recommendations. There are 3 of them. And so it's proposal 1, proposal 2, and 3. Again, we want to share with you our proposed timeline. Again, the City Council gives direction. The NCLA would approve the recommendation, and the city issues the RFP to hire an architect. The architect would be needed because we're not professionals. We need to understand what is feasible and what is the cost. I think that concludes our presentation, and we have a time for questions.
Thank you very, very much for that presentation and for bearing with us with the technical challenges at the beginning. I really appreciate it. It appears to me that there are really 4 options in front of the council tonight. Do nothing or recommend going forward with proposal 1, 2, or 3. And of course, council could always decide to do something different and more creative. This may be a question more for staff, though. If the council did want to go forward with proposals 1, 2, or 3, what would be the process? Once council said we like one of these proposals, that's the direction we want to go, how does the project then proceed?
So, Mayor, if council was to give direction this evening for the subcommittee to move forward, their next step would be at the NCLA next Monday. to give a presentation that would include any parameters or direction that were included by council to be considered by NCLA and the use of the NCLA funds.
Thank you. With that, I will turn it over to my colleagues. Does anyone have any questions? Sally?
Thank you both for the presentation and the thorough job that you've done researching it and the commission and the library ecosystem.
Sorry, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent job. And I know I had the opportunity to ask you this previously, but I do think the context is important. So all the numbers that you're giving for Los Altos are for the main library, square footage, last remodel, circulation, and gate count. That's all just the main library. So in reality, if you look at what Los Altos is serving, it would be a column showing Los Altos plus Woodland. So we are servicing our community with more square footage. I just want to make that clear if you agree with that statement. And I should have thought about it earlier, but it just occurred to me tonight. So I apologize for not alerting you to that. And I do realize we are talking about the main library tonight. So I think that is the only question I have for our presenters. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
So my understanding is that we could probably give guidance to if we choose to go forward with the RFP process, but we don't necessarily have to distinguish between these options right now. Do I understand correctly that we probably don't have all the information we even need to distinguish between the options since we don't have a quote or a proposal for any of these?
Yes, I would agree. We don't know what is feasible. We don't have a quote. We don't know.
So do you think it would then be appropriate to put out a request for proposal wherein we ask respondents to give us quotes for those three options?
Yes, that would be our recommendation.
And sort of modularize their proposals?
Absolutely. We
Okay.
agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any questions, council members Flagor or Liang?
No, you can go first. Are you sure? Yeah, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Thank you, Mayor. There's like a red hue or orange hue. It reminds me of what happened during COVID, and it's happening on our screen. Am I the only one seeing it? Do I need glasses? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. Well done, very thorough. I agree with the comment from Mr. Steinley that this was a well done, thorough, thought through presentation. And for something like this, it's really great when you get a presentation that answers most of your questions. Of course, there's always follow-up questions, as you both know. But really wanted to thank you. This has been something that's been looked at over the years, as your presentation shows. And for you to really condense it into this presentation, that's very impressive. So thank you. So the first question, because as we talk about the library ecosystem, and there's so many different stakeholders involved, I know the city or city council is not the decision maker on all things. So I want to start with the funds that were shown on the screen. Who determines, what entity determines how those funds are spent? The 13 million, not Lolly or Friends of the Library, but the NCLA funds.
So those funds would be used based on the needs of the inhabitants according to the requirements of the JPA. And the NCLA, if it found those funds to be in accordance with those needs, would fund the effort, would release the funds.
So we do not determine how you spend the funds, the NCLA funds. The city council doesn't make that determination as a body. I know there are 2 members of our council that sit on NCLA, but I want to be clear, this body, we do not determine how the NCLA funds get spent.
So
Can we hold that for discussion? Or go ahead, City Manager.
we can at the request of a council member. The authority would determine the use of the funds, yes. There are some caveats to that, but yes, in general, the authority determines the use of the funds.
Okay. And I asked that, and I'm happy to bring it back up in discussion, Councilmember Meadows, but because it's important for me to understand what our role is here and what's being asked of us tonight, and the direction that we're giving. When we look at the different proposals, and I agree with the Vice Mayor, the ask of us tonight is not necessarily to give direction on which of the three proposals we want you to pursue or bring forward to the NCLA, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. How did you go about, so there are many studies that have been done going back to 2008, maybe even farther back. How did you go about picking the different elements from all the studies and say, this is something we want to be part of proposal 1, proposal 2, proposal 3? How did you identify these priorities as things you wanted to be part of a proposed remodel?
Thank you for that. To answer the question, I first want to go back to May of 2023, where we had a special meeting of the Library Commission. Many of you attended. At that meeting, we had an architect present on the future of libraries and to discuss how libraries are used. And I can speak from my personal experience that I was actually pleasantly surprised at the types of changes that were completed at certain local libraries with relatively few funds. So, for example, Carmichael branch of the Sacramento Library renovated for $4.7 million. American Canyon Library, which is a smaller library, $1.6 million. Las Positas College Library, which is 32,000 square feet, $4.8 million. So I was pleasantly surprised by that. So that sort of that was one factor as we began. When we walked into this, we reviewed everything that was in the 2008 and 2018 study. One of the things that jumped out at us was, of course, because we work so closely with the county, we know that part of their strategic plan is to remodel the lobby. And so we saw that that was in there. So quite frankly, we thought that was a no-brainer because it aligned with the county's strategic plan. We started there, and then in looking at the other various things, we thought, what could be included within that small first step, that small first proposal? And there was a number of things that identified. We highlighted those that we included. So moving the door, we felt that the family restroom was a very important item because it's about children's safety. Without the family restroom, children have to come out of the space and go into what is essentially a public restroom, which is something that we would prefer that they not have to do. And so we focused on those things that we felt were important, but also within that first little space. As we expanded, we looked down and to see what else could be done. Frankly, there were some things in the 2008 study that have already been done, and so that was good to see. But there were some needs that still existed. So in looking at the expanded space, we went through a few iterations, and we thought, well, let's work on an expansion. I can also say Freddie Wheeler, who is currently the president of Lolly, was the one who suggested to us that we look at expanding scenarios. So we relied on that as well. So I think that's somewhat discusses our thought process. So it was really to focus on safety issues, but also those things that remain concerns for our patrons today.
Great, thank you. And just to confirm, you wouldn't be locked in, or the city, or whatever stakeholder group wouldn't be locked into these specific proposals, because if we were to issue an RFP for an architect, I assume we would also want the architect to lend his or her expertise to say what else may make sense as part of the project, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. We are not experts. These are just proposals, and they could come through saying something's not possible, something is possible. I just renovated my home, and it's amazing what they see that we don't see. So absolutely.
And then the last question, just to confirm, these proposals, the three proposals, we do not yet have cost estimates associated with them, correct?
That is correct. We really feel that that needs to be done by a professional after looking at the building.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. And thank you again for the presentation And I did want to disclose that I did meet with the subcommittee members. So I did have a conversation with them. So I appreciated the time you spent in answering some of my questions. And based on that and further questions to staff, I do have more questions. So in the Q&A that we, had presented to staff, it is stated that the remodel design scope will stay within the current square footage. Does this also include staying within the current height and the roof line, or any extensions that would be not counted in the square footage?
That's our so that is our recommendation.
Okay. And then, because you earlier referred to roof improvements. So
Oh, they're simply replacing, they're replacing the roof.
the roof, right. So, and is that going to take place after the remodel or before the remodel?
So I'm not exactly sure. I believe they're in the procurement process. I do know that the county is here tonight who may be able to provide a little bit more information. But there is a potential, I don't like to foreclose opportunities. Maybe there's an opportunity to see if this can be done consistent with a potential remodel of the interior.
Okay. And I did ask some questions about how much staff time this was going to take. And so I didn't get a clear response as to how much is expected of our city staff, and is there a mechanism for billing back if need be? Can you help me understand that?
Yes, I think I might look to
So,
the city manager.
Councilmember Liang, it's a little difficult to tell at this point the amount of time or commitment from city staff. I think if the RFP process, for example, goes through the county, that's less staff time for the city. If it goes through the city, it's more staff time. We've to date supported it mostly through our staff liaison to the Library Commission. We would continue doing that, and then as we move further along in the process, I think we could make that determination.
Okay. In your presentation, you talked about direct access. Are you referring to the access as well from the conceptual design patio? And if so, are we still considering alternate locations for the patio at this time as well?
So we are not involved in so as this ad hoc committee is not involved in the courtyard discussions, we do have a member of the commission who is working with the various groups who are looking at that, but this is an interior remodel, so we have not looked at that.
Okay, because I think that if you're talking to the architect, we're all here because we want to understand scope, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I think that's why we need a clear understanding of what is going to be recommended, if it's going to be open for the architect to have the freedom to look at that, because as well is open space, lighting, and all that. So I just needed to better understand that, because if you're looking at more access, because I think one of the slides was talking about open access, more, let me talk about here. Improving access as well as the one with the picture of that tech room. You know, that big glass room and all
Yeah, the
that.
tech room, yeah.
Making it be more open space and more open to lighting. That's why I was just inquiring about that, and not limiting the architect to just where it's at. So that's what I wanted to understand. Then if you're also have any cost overruns based on these projects, will the library be responsible for cost overruns, or is that something that Lolly takes over or NCLA takes?
Yeah, at this point, it's difficult for me to speak to cost overruns and exactly who would be responsible for that. So I think that this has to be part of the planning and discussion within this ecosystem that we have.
Okay. And then also, I think what we need to better understand is, we talked about there would be adequate public outreach. can you explain what outreach that would entail and the timeline in that outreach? And then,
Yes, and I apologize. I'm not exactly sure about the adequate public outreach. We do feel that we have had public outreach with respect
Okay.
to the 2008 and the 2018 studies. I think we've had a lot of discussion over possibilities. And so we thought that the next step would be to actually have something more concrete to discuss, which is what is feasible, both with respect to the building, but also with respect to cost. So I
Okay.
think at that time, we could have more people weigh in.
okay. And then, so I guess I need to better understand, because I think we need clear understandings of who will be involved in decision-making, the RFP process, whether it'll be the county, whether it be more of the city, and even, I guess, our city manager wasn't clear on that. Because I think that's what we need to understand for next steps as well. I think understanding what our next steps are, because obviously it's like we're not controlling the funds, but yet you're going to go get an architect and providing clear scope that, you know, you're going to stay within these parameters. What then is the next steps that it comes back to council, and what is expected of us?
I would defer to the city manager.
So again, a lot of the process on outreach overruns where the project would go need to be determined after one, funding has been secured, which to date it has not, and then two, after an RFP has been returned, because then you can determine the entitlement pathway, the outreach that's necessary, and where the funding source is going to come from. So I think tonight is really, if the city council is interested in some type of interior remodel as presented tonight, then providing that direction and support to the subcommittee to move forward to NCLA to see if funding is available.
Okay, and then when the reason why I felt that when I said outreach, it's about public education, informing them, because this is a public facility,
Yes.
and I think it's important to keep the public informed and abreast of what will be happening, because they would be concerned of having their library shut down for some time, and to better understand that. In addition, after this, is there any intention of modernizing the Woodland facilities as well?
We have not discussed that.
Okay, so I just needed to ask about that. We never want to forget Woodland as well.
Thank you. No, that's a very good point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, any other questions? Then I will bring it back to council for discussion. Who'd like to lead us off? Okay.
So again, thank you for excellent presentation, information, and discussion. So a couple things. I think there's a concept, and first of all, I want to acknowledge also some of the public comment we've received, and both here and by email, and there's talked about expansion. I think there's a concept we need to acknowledge, that there's effective square footage that can be gained within an existing footprint that buys you higher, greater utility, as though you're creating additional square footage because you're increasing the usability of the space. So just because you're not expanding a footprint doesn't mean you aren't really increasing the effectiveness of the square footage. And so I believe that's what's in front of us tonight, is to consider that. I do want to remind everyone that we are fortunate to have Woodland, and we are the only participant in the county library district that has 2 libraries. So again, the context, we're not under-shirking, that's not even a proper word, we're not shirking our library population, we're actually servicing, albeit with older facilities. So I personally support an RFP to an architect to look at what can be done. You want to call it Proposal 3, or you want to call it Proposal 3 plus use their imagination to the architects to determine what the best use of that could be. I'm even open to saying, and what, if any expansion do you see that you might, I heard someone talk about pushing out towards the front or whatever, if we wanted to have that discussion. But I'd really want to focus where you have on the subcommittee on the internal thing. I want to give a little bit of, I see two phases to this. So here we're talking about the concept of getting an RFP to have some real information about what we're looking at to improve our library. So that's phase one. That's not the whole pot of money. I mean, it's not cheap to go out with an RFP and to get an architect to develop some concepts, but it's a good use of money, and it's certainly not that whole pot of money. The second decision would be after we have some information, we have an architect who's developed concepts, and we get some real information and know what we can do with the money. So that's when I think it'll come back to council. We'd have more information, how much staff time, who takes over, when does the district handle some of these things inside, when does the city, et cetera. I do want to talk about NCLA, and as has been mentioned, and I am one of the two council members, Vice Mayor Daley is the other one on NCLA. NCLA hasn't made a decision, and the current chair or president is here. The agenda needs to be properly noticed if we're making that decision. The draft we saw has it only as an informational item. So if you want this decision next week, we need to fix. Well, it's on as an anyway, this is you and I can take it on offline, but it's not agendized for a decision next week. And so my proposal there is that NCLA, and this is a new concept, sorry, but I would ask NCLA to request that each of the councils, so NCLA has the authority to say and explain why there's excess funds and to make the decision to spend them. But the authority is the two cities. I would like NCLA to send it back to each of the two councils for approval by the council that the authority on behalf of our city and the Los Altos Hills Council can make the same decision, that they support the use of the funds. And we can have a more in-depth presentation of that, because I think it's very important to be sure that we're careful and clear how we're using the funds. And we can provide a very clear justification and explanation, et cetera, et cetera. So my proposal would be that this goes to NCLA. If NCLA agrees in concept that they would like to participate, then they would give direction to ask the councils, each council to consider it, and to give the direction to the NCLA representatives, that's the two of us here in this city, to then say, NCLA, we have agreement on the part of our cities that the authority can use the funds. I think that's the cleanest way to do it, so I'm proposing that as part of the process. But with all that caveat, with process and logistic around it, I completely support looking at how we can modernize and create a lot more effective square footage in the existing space. And thank you again for a great presentation.
Thank you, council member. Who'd like to go next?
I don't know if the other NCLA, we defer to you guys.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
So I'm supportive of the process that Councilmember Meadows has outlined. And I look forward next week to voting on whether or not to move to that sort of RFP stage. But I do think the councils will need to weigh in, particularly our council, because we own the building, and so we have a pretty high threshold of obligation to be stewards of that asset for the public. But I also wanted to provide a little bit of background because, of course, even though this report by the subcommittee is excellent, it draws on a volume of other reports and documents and discussions over time, some of which aren't necessarily that obvious in the report. So there have been public comments and suggestions about expanding the library, even about building a new library. And I've been involved in a number of these discussions, but unfortunately there are some limitations that we run into. Land is finite on our Civic Center parcel, and the construction of the library itself presents some limitations. So, for example, there have been proposals or at least concepts and ideas discussed to expand up to add a second story. Well, unfortunately, we have some past architectural assessment, engineering assessments that rule that out more or less because of the way the building was initially constructed. We could potentially tear down part of the building and build a second story in part of the building and do it from the ground up. But you end up with a situation where in order to provide access and egress to that second story and the stairwells that you have to provide and so on and so forth, you actually don't end up getting a whole lot more square footage by doing that. So I just want the community to understand that there's been a lot of discussion and thinking and expert opinions brought forward to look at the different options. And right now what we're talking about is sort of a culmination of some of those discussions. And I think that there's been a consensus by the people that have been involved in this that staying within the existing building envelope is the most feasible and gives us the best bang for our buck. And I definitely subscribe to that assessment. And that's why we're focused so much on a quote-unquote remodel as opposed to something more ambitious.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Liang.
Yeah. So just for our NCLA reps, just clear clarification. Is this something that you feel that we need to have a subcommittee of our council and then talk to Los Altos Hills? No? Just making sure.
I think
Because,
NCLA provides the forum for that, I think,
Okay.
because it's,
Just
Yeah.
making sure. I just
Yeah,
wanted
thank
to
you.
ask
Yeah.
about that. And then if we do it, then we want to make sure we agendize it for the next meeting if needed. I think I appreciate everything that you presented and information, and we all are excited to move forward on this and learn more. And that's what this next process will do, allow us to learn more and to understand what the costs will be involved and what expectations. I think the most important thing is the scope that is given to the architect, is how we're limited to the current roof heights after hearing from the vice mayor as well. And I can understand if there were to be any extension, we have to understand or come back to council, I would hope, to come back to council if any extension would impact any daylight playing, parking. Like when we talk about extension, like if you guys are talking about going out towards the front and it impacts that parking on the side, we'd need to know about that, or other facilities on the property. You know, we have our landmark historic orchard, our museum gardens, we need to understand that. So, and any impacts it would have on that. So that's important for me. And to understand that the conceptual plans are clear and that we are prioritizing our currently making sure that our priority as well, that the council had decided, is we are going to focus on our public safety facilities as well this year. So yes, our libraries are important as well, and I'm glad you're undertaking the role of taking charge and leading this. But I just want to make sure that we're all clear on this, what the scope is, what the process is, and what the next steps. So I think we need to understand that a little bit better. And so just one more question, if you don't mind, is obviously you have to talk to Los Altos Hills, or have you already presented this plan this proposal to Los Altos Hills already?
Not to Los Altos Hills, no, we have not.
Okay, because it seems like we need, both cities going forward. So I was just wondering why, before the NCLA meeting, it wasn't important to make sure that both cities were on board going forward.
And I think we can talk to, certainly we have a good relationship with Lisa Smith, who is the current president of NCLA, so we can certainly do that. I think we were focused on ensuring that we had a sufficient presentation for this council, especially given that you own the building.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And yeah, because it is our city's public facilities, all of this has to be clear. We need to be kept informed as well as to keep the public informed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Flagor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick. I see the time. And just to clarify that point, I think there is a distinction in this timeline where you're coming to this council because it's our building versus going to both councils, as Councilmember Meadows suggested. And on that point, Councilmember Meadows, I'm curious, where in the timeline are you suggesting that this goes to both councils to approve the use of the funds?
That's a good question. In my opinion, the RFP process is not so costly. So I don't know that it certainly has to happen. If we come back with a proposal and we have a lot of funds we have to expend, then I think it should come back at that point. But I would defer to the city manager because I guess we could get it clarified up front, but we'll know more information after we have an architect develop some information.
I think that's correct, Councilmember. I would think after the RFP, assuming NCLA approves moving ahead with that funding, after the RFP would be appropriate.
So that raises another question for me, Mr. England. What exactly, assuming I see the president of NCLA is here, assuming we're able to agendize, do the proper noticing, and get something on the agenda for NCLA, what exactly will be the ask of NCLA next week? What are you seeking approval for?
So we're seeking approval for our proposal and ultimately for them to expend funds for the RFP. So
For the RFP?
For the RFP, for the architect. The architect would then, yes, yeah, either for the city or I think the city manager mentioned it could be issued by the county.
Great, because tonight for the study session, I 100% support the direction of moving forward and recommending to the NCLA board next week to approve moving forward with the city issuing the RFP. And assuming the NCLA approves that, you will come back to a council at a regular meeting for us to approve issuing the RFP, correct?
I would have to defer to the city manager.
Yes.
So we can agree to come back. My guess is this will be the county issuing the RFP based on the agreement, but I'm not 100% on that, and we have not coordinated. So if council is comfortable with the issuance of the RFP, we're happy to come back regardless of what the issuing body is and give an update.
So for me, if the county's issuing the RFP, the only reason why I would think it would come back is for council to maybe give further direction on what the RFP should include.
Yeah.
But I don't feel strongly about that. So if there's direction needed tonight to say if it's the county, don't come back, but if it's city, come back to us, let us know, or maybe this is a follow-up you can do. But I think that's the distinction for me. And that's it for me, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. I want to make one disclosure. The Woodland Library has been mentioned a couple of times tonight. I own real estate within 500 feet of the Woodland Library, and I believe that this discussion has remained on topic on the main library and moving forward with that, so I'm not going to recuse myself. But I do want to throw it out there because the Woodland Library has been mentioned a couple of times. Councilmember Meadows, I think you made an excellent case. I support it. Councilmember Flagor, I like your suggestions as well. Vice Mayor, thank you. So I would support moving forward with that direction, and let's get the project moving. Okay. So is there anything else that staff needs from us?
We're set, Mayor.
Okay. Then I will declare this special meeting closed. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back and start the regular meeting at 7:10.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Re-
the agenda. It's already posted.
I actually have a copy of it, and I didn't say.
It can be changed. It's still plenty of, well, whether someone's willing to change it or not.
No, I'm
no.
quite willing to change it, but.
No, it's only on there as an informational item. We can't make a decision. It has to be posted as what decision we're making.
What decision we're making
Yeah.
here.
Thank you.
So there's plenty of time to change it.
Okay, yeah, I just,
Yeah.
like, I seem
Well,
to
and
get
that's great.
caught off guard on these
Move it
agendas
up.
every single time.
Well, that's not your fault.
So,
I think you need support.
If-
I think
if-
you need better
I
support.
just say I brought it up out of the blue, which I did.
Yeah.
but no,
but
so
it's
I would
true.
like to put it on as, to make a decision on
Yes,
it. That's what I would
yes.
prefer to do.
Agreed.
And everybody's okay with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will contact Christie.
Yes.
I will copy.
And tell her it came up in council. I didn't give you heads up because I didn't know if it'd be supported here.
No, that's
But
very
I think the process, I know.
You're off the hot seat.
Thank you.
Okay, so. Oh, no, that makes,
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Fliger,
Here.
Councilmember Ling,
Here.
Councilmember Meadows,
Here?
Vice Mayor Daley,
Here.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
You have quorum.
Okay, everyone is here and in chamber. So next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to call on Councilmember Meadows to please lead us.
Please stand if you're able. And follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, next item of business is a report on closed session. We did have a closed session earlier this evening, but there was no reportable action taken by the council. Next item of business is changes to the order of the agenda. Do any council members want to suggest a change to the order? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to public comments for items not on the agenda. Mr. Carnesecca, I'm seeing a head shake that we don't have any. All right, moving right along, let's go to the consent calendar. If anyone would like to speak on any of the items on the consent calendar, now is the time to do so. We take public comment once in the evening on everything on the consent calendar. If an item does get pulled from the consent calendar, we are not going to reopen public comment. So this is the time to give public comment on any item. So I see there's one hand raised for comments on the consent calendar. So Okay, let's give each speaker 3 minutes, please.
Connie Miller.
In the consent calendar is a resolution affirming the City Council's strategic goals is being a leader in environmental sustainability through their practices identified in the CAP. Greentown applauds that goal. However, there was conflict in that goal in last week's Town Crier article based on Berkeley's gas ban. After the Berkeley gas ban ruling, the city can only encourage and educate building electrification, not require it. Since our buildings represent about a third of all of our city's emissions, we'll never achieve our CAP goal of carbon neutrality by 2035 if we don't implement a workaround to the Berkeley ruling. Without expanded reach codes, you don't have many other big leverage tools that you can use. I'm requesting the City Council to direct city staff to explore other options to the Berkeley-style reach codes and to continue decarbonization efforts just beyond recommending them. I don't make this request lightly to use up city resources. However, other cities are getting around this ruling, and I'm sure Los Altos can too. Our neighbors in Los Altos Hills, for example, are strengthening their REACH codes by building performance standards in. Patterned after the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's nitrous oxide standards, they measure emissions rather than type of fuels used. Home systems using electricity have improved significantly over the last 50 years, whereas gas appliances have largely been stagnant and often fail to meet many of today's standards of stricter air quality. Applying a Los Altos Hills or equivalent standard will help prepare our community for a grid based on renewables. It'll help us create healthier buildings and accelerate those healthier buildings as we implement the housing element. And they'll also provide a compass to our public towards technologies that won't become obsolete in a few years as the industry and our states transitions to 100% clean energy. We've got to keep our eye on the end goal and not let one ruling deter us. Please investigate this further so we can truly be the leader in achieving our long-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller.
Eric Steinley?
Long time no see. I'm actually going to address two items. I come to praise Caesar and then to bury him with my apologies to either the Bard of Avon or the Earl of Oxford, depending on your preferences. I am ecumenical on the point. First, item number 3, the permit counter. I had occasion to stand in front of it recently. I stood there for a while because that's the way life is. I looked, I saw, I beheld, I admired. It's well done, and I just thought that our staff needed a bit of applause for having done a very good job of a very nice counter. It's not something I'd put on the must visit and see list, but it is nonetheless well done, and it came in under budget. So two thumbs up to the staff for that. Okay. Second is the theme from last week, the strategic goals. You have 5 strategic goals. 4 of them are to keep doing what you're already doing, which it seems to me is a very good idea, but not exactly a strategic goal. The 5th one is actually what I was recommending. The theme would be keep Los Altos safe. You want to keep Los Altos safe from housing and community development and other zombie attacks, from Martians, from bank robbers that may be driving through the city, from anything, okay? But ask yourselves, as you look at each initiative that comes up this year, will this initiative help make Los Altos safe or safer? If it does, it's an initiative you want to look at. If it doesn't, maybe it's not something you want to put any money into. As Gabe points out, money is the same thing as enthusiasm, okay? So that would be my thought. I think that's a step forward, but that should be your focus. The other things you're already doing, great, keep doing them, okay? But you actually have things you want to do and you can do for number 5, and I think that should be your focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Okay, then with that, I will turn it over to council and find out if anyone would like to pull any item. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, based on some of the questions and responses to the Q&A, if it's acceptable to council, we'd like to continue item number 5.
Okay, this is the PCI item?
Sorry, correct.
Okay, you threw me off. I thought we weren't doing this. Let's go ahead and pull item 5, and then at the end of the meeting, I'm going to make a suggestion for a future agenda item that might help us move it along. So unless there's any objection on council, we'll go ahead and pull item number 5.
You need to make a motion to continue it.
Okay.
You're not continuing it.
You're just, you're pulling it, but you're not continuing it?
They're 2 different things. I don't know where we're going.
It sounds like the mayor would like to move it to the end of the meeting to have a discussion.
Let's move it to right before item number 6, so we can take care of it right away. So no motion. So I'm pulling it, and I'm going to put it right before item number 7. Okay, can I have a motion on the other agenda items, the other consent items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Carnesecca, would you please take the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Flagger?
Yes.
Councilmember Leang?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, so let's move on to item number 5. I spent an awful lot of time going over the reports and cross-referencing with the budget. And the more that I looked at it, the more I had all these questions that I just kind of machine gunned staff with. And everyone, of course, has seen it now in the published questions to staff. Staff was able to answer some of them. Some of them, I think, are going to require input from our consultant, and staff wasn't able to get that before the meeting tonight. But I think the source of my confusion is that staff is following direction that this council has given, which is we want to aim for a particular number in our PCI. And it made sense for council to give that direction. And of course, it makes sense for staff to work toward that. The problem, though, is that when I looked at scenarios 2 and 5, which are the two scenarios that got us to where staff said we were going to go, our deferred maintenance costs were going up by millions of dollars. So in kind of working through all this and talking to the city manager, thank you, and talking to some other people, I think by focusing solely on the PCI number, which is an average of all our streets throughout the city, we are not necessarily getting the result we want, which is the best streets that we possibly can throughout the whole of the city. So what I would like to request the council do is let's take this matter off our agenda or continue it, whatever. But I would request that the council put as a future agenda item, creating a subcommittee of 2 council members that can work with staff to identify what are the challenges that the city is facing in looking at our overall payment condition, and work with staff on identifying whether or not there's a better way for the council to give direction on how we should be maintaining and improving our streets. And it may be that focusing on overall PCI is the best way to go, but just in going through the reports that we had and spending 4.5, 5 hours on it, I really truly believe that there may be a better way of doing this. And I would love to be able to agendize forming a subcommittee that can really get into the weeds on this and come back to council with a recommendation. Councilmember Fliger?
Thank you, Mayor. I will support that request. I am not volunteering to be on the subcommittee, but I support that request.
Thank you. I already have a volunteer, so you're off the hook. Okay. Is anyone opposed to going forward with that process?
So we'll bring it back at the next meeting
So-
to discuss forming the subcommittee since it's not on the agenda tonight.
Yes, and Councilmember Meadows and I have already discussed it, so I think it will probably go on consent unless for another reason staff thinks that it shouldn't.
No, actually, I would rather have it as a discussion item.
Okay.
Because then
Okay, let's
I
put on
would,
to-
yeah, because I would like to provide some clarity on that as well and get a clear understanding of the subcommittee's role.
And I wasn't sure whether the city manager had anything to add. I'm trying to read whether you're holding yourself back or you're just done with us.
It was different at different points. But I think bringing it back for the discussion on the subcommittee is appropriate, and I can answer any questions at that time.
Yeah, and having it not on consent as a discussion, then you can form like the scope of the subcommittee. And so I think it should be a discussion item.
Okay. All right, and
Will it be ready by the next meeting, or should we wait till further in
I think
February?
I apologize. I think we'll be able to have the conversation, and council will be able to set the scope by the next meeting. And if we find for some reason we're not, we can bring it back.
Yeah, Mayor, this is being polled, but there was no one that wanted to speak on it, so I don't think anyone wanted to speak on it at this time. Yeah, they took public comment, but
we took public comment on consent.
yeah,
already.
so, but then at the next meeting on discussion, people can comment on it at that time as well.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor?
Just a process question, Mayor. So The item on tonight's agenda, I don't think that item doesn't need to be continued. We've received the report. There's no action to take on that particular item, right?
Well, there was a proposed resolution that my inclination is that you're right, but because there was a proposed resolution, that might change the analysis just a little bit.
Okay. However we're going to handle it, I trust that the I's will be dotted, T's will be crossed with regard to noticing and process and so forth. And I'm fine with taking this up again at a future meeting as a discussion item, forming the subcommittee, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Thank you.
And Mayor, just based on what the Vice Mayor asked, I just want to clarify, because I remember in the past, under the former planning director in a different process, and so maybe it doesn't apply here, an annual report was due on this?
Councilmember Flagger, it's a 2-year report on the survey of our roads. We committed to reporting back to council PCI separately, which is a little different, but likely what Mr. Biggs was talking about at the time was the 2-year report that our streets require.
Okay, and that's not what this is. This is not part of it.
This was simply the report back of the PCI.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, let's go ahead and open up our public hearing. Item number 7 is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution of the City Council establishing an inclusionary housing in lieu fee and integrating the fees into the municipal fee schedule, and find that the action is exempt from CEQA. So let me turn it over to staff for presentation.
If you want to give me just 1 second, my Zoom just closed, unfortunately. So 1 quick second. That's a computer issue, not the system.
And while you're at it, whoever's managing the Zoom, I can only come in as a participant. Could I be kicked over to a presenter, please?
All right, so good evening, Council. This presentation will be fairly brief because I think most of the questions I might need to answer more in a discussion type of a format. But tonight we're here to discuss the inclusionary housing in lieu fee. Previous work, just as a high level to cover, the city last updated its what we title a multifamily affordable housing ordinance, which includes density bonus and inclusionary housing, which is chapter 1428. We last did that in March of 22, so shortly before my arrival here at the city. In January 2023, last year, we adopted the 6th cycle housing element, and then in December 2023, we did a financial feasibility study for inclusionary housing, which we held a study session for. Most specifically, what we are here to, or what's really kind of prompting this, other than we have an established ordinance in our zoning code without an actual fee that was established. So we already have the codified language allowing for an in lieu fee, but we don't have a fee to apply. So program 2B is to establish an affordable housing in lieu fee and commercial linkage fee. So I am going to at least clarify is that we are currently doing a nexus study for all of our development impact fees. So there is no need for us to talk about that tonight. We will be returning with a commercial linkage fee potentially this spring in regards to updating all of our impact fees associated here in the city. But what is really driving this program is what is identified in red text and underlined italicized is the city will conduct a feasibility study to support the establishment of an affordable housing in lieu fee for residential developments. And then based on that analysis, the city will adopt such fees. Said analysis will also ensure that in lieu fees adopted are not a constraint to housing development. The financial feasibility study that was performed by BAE Urban Economics, they presented to the City Council on December 12th, 2023, so just over a month ago, in a study session format. During this study session, we received general direction based on the financial feasibility analysis. The City Council was generally supportive of developments providing construction of units rather than collecting fees. And diving in as a quick kind of coverage of what we established in the financial feasibility study with BAE and was disclosed to the council and the public last month, was that essentially there are two ways to look at the methodology for calculating in lieu fees, as we know, which one is the construction cost, which is essentially what you could also refer to as the maximum. You cannot charge more for an in lieu fee for inclusionary housing greater than what is established for the actual construction cost in order to build the unit. Point of indifference is another method to be able to apply, but this is usually for jurisdictions that rather collect a fee for all unit construction and are not really concerned with inclusionary housing units being held in perpetuity or for the 99-year recurring covenant. And so there are jurisdictions that are like that, that do collect the fee but do not really require the inclusionary housing units. As stated in the report, as well as the draft resolution, is I created kind of a planner's mathematical equation to madness, is kind of what I'm joking around about it, is I created between the two blended rates of our, what came from our inclusionary study. And that is because we did establish a essentially the existing conditions prior to rezoning, and then obviously then the change and modification after we made those rezoning. Because if you were to look back at the original entire study, it did talk about how if you were at a lower density threshold or the greater density threshold, and then that's why there was the two numbers for multifamily rental and then for multifamily ownership. There was only one product prototype that was analyzed for the townhome, and it was pretty consistent when we looked at it comparatively before we established that number. So based on that, taking essentially the before rezone and then after rezone, those two numbers, which if I look at the multifamily rental category, is there was on the high end before we were to do our, after we did rezoning was the 146, and then before rezoning would be the 120. If you add those together, you get 266. Take the number, divide it by 2, you get the blended rate of 133. Talking about an 80% threshold, obviously the 133 times 80%, you end up getting 106.40. I'm not going to go through that for each individual analysis, but that's what we ended up mathematically equating in order to present that for the council tonight. I do believe that the 80% maximum feasible fee computed, it does help to address any potential financial feasibility in order to also further ensure that we are not being a hindrance to the creation of affordable housing. However, that we are providing an avenue for some products and prototypes of development that will be more advantageous for us to be able to collect a fee, as well as with some of the market conditions that we cannot control, especially such as construction interest rates and the lending market in general, that this helps us to be able to have a little bit of a spread differential where some developers inevitably might need to utilize the in lieu fee in order to make a project in its entirety pencil out. More units is more units, and that is something that we do need to be concerned about no matter what the income category is, because we do obviously have a pretty good number of our RENA, which is allocated at the above moderate or market rate units. So with that being said, is that the final inclusionary in lieu fee proposed is what is displayed graphically on this slide. For multifamily rental products, we would be charging $106 per square foot. Condominium for sale or multifamily for sale is $115, and then for townhome for sale is $170. Also included as a part of the draft resolution, and something that was suggested from BAE as a standard metrics to include, is that annually the inclusionary housing in lieu fee will be reviewed, as well as it will be updated if it is appropriate. And the metrics that is most commonly utilized is the cost escalator, which is the CPI, or Consumer Price Index. So that is something that would be reflective in future amendments to our master fee schedule. So with that, the recommendation before the council this evening is to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing an inclusionary housing in lieu fee and integrating the fees into the municipal fee schedule, and find that this action is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15273 of the state guidelines. With that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Director Zorns. Are there any questions for staff from council? Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you. I have just one question. What is before us tonight is the fee structure, as you've just outlined. We've had a number of comments about the, as was presented by BAE, that our inclusionary criteria are too strict. So that is not in front of us tonight, correct? Or
That
how-
is
yes.
correct, because that would be a zone text amendment that would need to go to the Planning
Right.
Commission.
Right.
The Planning Commission does not have purview over fees.
All right, thank you.
Any other? Okay. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. So thank you for that report. I understand that that was a suggested amount by BAE, and we will be doing a study further. My question is that if a developer chooses to pay the fee instead of building the units, the affordable housing units, how does this allow us to reach our numbers needed for the affordable units that otherwise we won't be able to meet our goals? How are we going to do that?
So that's an interesting one. We kind of talked about that with the council during the study session. Is inevitably we are going to need to have affordable housing funds to be able to keep certain units in affordability. We do have units as soon as 5 or 6 years from now that will come off of their covenants of affordability. And that very well means that they might re-enter into a market rate unit if the existing owner were to put it up for sale. This would help provide us the ability to then keep that unit on the affordable inventory. Because as of right now, that then means we would trigger having to now count that unit as a lost unit. So when one falls off, that means you add one to what you have to replace. And so there's obviously kind of that component that we would need to be concerned with.
So my concern is the money we capture from these developer payoffs would allow us to go back and try to keep those BMR units that are expiring as BMR units. But the funds that we are collecting wouldn't be sufficient enough. Help me understand how we would keep them as BMRs with.
So that's also partly where we're able to essentially utilize when a development is going in, and let's say we have a pot of money that we can offer up to be able to get an additional inclusionary beyond what our code requires of the development to provide. We can essentially in tandem provide that fee as essentially an additional kind of way to get one of their units that they're going to be building anyways as an affordable unit. So there's kind of a lot of different mechanisms for us to be able to utilize the funding that we would collect. Again, we are setting the fee quite high in regards to it being or utilizing the construction cost method. A lot of jurisdictions in Santa Clara County have used the point of indifference methodology. That's why you see jurisdictions that are, I mean, well below the $50 per square foot, where we're setting it well above, you know, or at the $100 per square foot. So most developers are going to exercise the build out. Because it's also one things that is really important is that under AB 602, which is the conversion of a per unit calculation, where we would say, okay, if you want to fee out for an inclusionary unit, you used to be able to have established, well, if you want to fee out of your inclusionary unit, you owe us $250,000 for every unit you fee out of. AB 602 now requires jurisdictions, when they're establishing or revisiting any impact fee, it requires us to establish that fee by square footage. However, it's not square footage of the affordable unit itself. It's the square footage of the cumulative project. So when we're talking about the multiplier, we're talking about potentially I'm thinking of some of our First Street projects is that the square footage that would be calculated is at 30 or 40,000 square feet times 100, you know, just let's use that number for the number. So we're talking about bringing in significant amounts of money. However, because of what market rate units are being able to be sold for, that might be advantageous for some developers, but that's a hard cost up front where they're not having to pay that when they build the inclusionary units on the back end. So it's really going to depend on how much they're actually equity, you know, if it's an equity partnership type of a development, how they're able to leverage their funding and put the money first, rather than on the lender that then they wouldn't have to eat that essentially until the markets or the units actually go to market.
You said it's a hard cost upfront, but with the new legislation coming up, we wouldn't be able to collect any fees till the development is built.
So what Senator Wiener introduced last week is for impact fees. This is not an impact fee. This is
Okay.
an in lieu fee. In lieu fees are not subject to the same limitations of the legislation that Senator Wiener has just introduced.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Flagler or Councilmember Flagler?
If the Vice Mayor doesn't want to go. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Zorns. Just a couple of questions, and I'll pick up on something Councilmember Lee Eng asked about how we can use the in lieu fees, and I know we addressed it at the last meeting. Could we use, and I know it won't be a huge pot of money, at least not immediately, but could we use the funds derived from the in lieu fees to acquire rental property for the city?
As long as it's going to be held for an affordable unit, yes.
Thank you. And then I know the Bay report identified the fact that in Los Altos, because of our inclusionary requirements, we have the low, very low for sale, which is not very marketable. I personally still like to keep some for sale, low, very low, because that's one way for a lot of families and individuals to break into home ownership. Will this proposal prohibit or restrict that? Seeing that we're trying to move more to rental, we're increasing that for rental at that level.
No, this wouldn't really hinder or influence any of the percentage for inclusionary. This is just really the fee calculation. If we do modify anything in the zoning ordinance, it could influence it in the other way. However, I'm going to be revisiting the allocation of inclusionary requirements specific to for sale units, like you're kind of talking about. If we can leave it, we can, that'd be great. Or can we, help influence it for the rental market of that product type? And you can have two different inclusionary requirements. So when we do bring back the ordinance, that will be a part of the analysis that we provide.
Great, thank you. And then I just wanted to make sure I understood the proposed in lieu fee amount and how you arrived at it, because it sounds like it's a hybrid of the construction cost and the point of indifference. And for the cost of construction, we use the 80%, and I get we don't want it to be too high to act as a deterrent. But because we're doing a hybrid of point of indifference and cost of construction, did we consider making the cost of construction 100%, knowing that it would actually be lowered when you factor in the point of indifference. Like, it's one thing if we were only doing the cost of construction methodology that I know some jurisdictions do, but we did a hybrid approach. And I'm just curious if we looked at doing 100% knowing that we're going to factor in the point of indifference. That would, my goal here is we would be able to collect more in fees. It would be a higher amount in lieu fees.
Yeah, so actually what let me clarify. So we do not have, I very well could have just left point of indifference off of the conversation tonight. Point of indifference is not a part of any of the base calculation of the blended rate that I did. So the graphic that I'm showing again is, so when we look at the first two columns of the top row for the 120 and the 146, that's construction costs. So the higher density is after rezoning. The lower density or the higher number is from just current standards. So if we had never done any of our rezoning, as we know, we did some of our rezoning. However, we don't 100% know at this point, is it going to actually be at the level of the higher density? We're hoping that it will be, but that's why we've created the blended rate. So kind of going back to that is just to show you how the math actually penciled out for those top two numbers. It's the 146 and the 120, the 139 and the 148. Those are the construction costs, but specific to the multifamily rental and then specific to the multifamily ownership. So it is actually an 80% threshold of the construction cost after we created the blended rate of before rezoning and after
current standard.
rezoning.
I get it. Then I thought by dividing it by 2, that's where, but you're saying we're dividing it by 2 because you're taking 2 different factors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we actually did not factor in point of indifference. No. Los Altos is deploying a cost of construction methodology.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I think I already know the answer to this, but just for the public, we could also use the proceeds from these fees to invest in an all-affordable development on one of the parking plazas that we've committed to in our housing element?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. I think when we were looking at the inclusionary and changing the requirements, and we talked about it, and I know Eric went into a lot of details about taking these in lieu fees and using them to leverage and put in the pot to make affordable housing feasible. So it's just one more, it would be our city contribution. So we could do that.
Right, and in case any of the public doesn't understand where all of the different sources of revenue for an all-affordable development come from, this is giving us another tool that we haven't heretofore had. Whereas before we were limited to waiving, park and lieu fees and things like that.
Councilmember Flagger?
Sorry, Mayor, just one follow-up. Is there anything in the law that prohibits us from putting our in lieu fees in an investment fund so it could grow quicker? I just want, because this is the amount of things that I know we're going to want to do with this fund. I'm just curious if we can.
We're just kind of mumbling over here. You've always got LAIF, which is like, don't bother.
Well, I'd be curious. Let me just put that out there, just because,
The city manager has an option too, but I mean, we always can do LAIF, but LAIF doesn't do much.
Let us provide a specific answer back to you, but our belief is we could invest them and then apportion the interest back to the account.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Boy, Nisa, you better pick the right investments, because if we lose that money. Councilmember Leon, go with your follow-up.
So how do we make sure that this doesn't provide an incentive for developers to pay instead of building the affordable housing? Because you already said and you acknowledged that council would prefer to have those units, and we want those affordable units, and we were hoping to have that diversity or opportunities for people who are less fortunate or not able to afford the higher end units to be able to live in these nice buildings as well. So help me understand that better.
So technically, As of right now, the zoning ordinance, it is actually a discretionary action of the council. So the council does have to authorize the use and the payout essentially to pay, fee out. So if someone wants to use inclusionary in lieu fees as of right now, the council would have to authorize that.
Okay, so we can choose not to
if
authorize
if
it.
we are able to substantiate that it doesn't actually that the ask doesn't match the request, essentially, like we would have to be able to provide some type of financial analysis of our own that would say this just doesn't make sense what you guys are trying to propose. However, that's also where I would hope it doesn't happen this way, but let's say for, the first 12 months, let's say we have a surge of 10 projects and they decide to all fee out. At that time, the council next year, I would imagine, would then say, let's go to the maximum of what we were allowed to do under the construction cost method in order to be able to, there's obviously a change in the financial environment now. Let's get away from that so that we're not just collecting fees. However, if we were to be collecting fees at that threshold, so for example, the city of Santa Clara, their fee is set at like $40 a square foot, like at the high end, where our high end is at $170 a square foot, so 4 times that, because they're using the point of indifference method. So if we were to be collecting on a lot of we would be able to do a lot of things with that money, because we would be collecting a lot more than the point of indifferent agencies are actually collecting. So to answer the question short and sweet is it's not gonna just be a big insurgence of inclusionary in lieu fees, because it is going to have to take a council action to authorize the payment.
But the point is that every time developers come before us to ask for waivers or, other benefits, we cannot question it, or we have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they need these things to make the amount of monies that they need to make. Because we don't have staff and we don't have anyone to conduct the financial analysis or to do that, and we don't ask that. So I just am concerned about when you say we need to have that financial.
Well, so consistent with the government code 65915, the burden of proof is on this agency. So if we pay for the financial analysis, which we have in the last year of a project, we are carrying the burden of proof by doing such. So we do have the legal ability to do a financial analysis in order to be able to defend the city. And BAE actually started their work with the city as a financial advisor of doing analysis of private development applications on behalf of development services.
That's good to know.
Yep.
And you said that we had that done in the past year. I
Yes.
don't remember any development that we had.
That's because
requested.
that's because what was proposed to the city was not accurate nor honest, and the development is not proceeding.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Okay, let me open it up to public comment. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we have 2 speaker cards.
Okay, let's give 3 minutes to each speaker, please.
Eric Steinley.
Good thing I wore my walking shoes. I'm feeling crocodilic tonight, baring my teeth. I want to say very quickly, I am speaking as a resident, but I also am the chair of the Planning Commission, and some of these things are going to come back to the Planning Commission. I'm avoiding speaking about the details of the methodology, but I do have a couple of points that come from my involvement with the Planning Commission. First, as Nick has pointed out to us, the city has a history of leaving money on the table, and I'm glad to see we're putting that behind us. And this is a very good start, and I am very happy that Nick has been working on this. And it occurs to me that this is something that offers a potential incentive for developing mixed-use housing, which is something that I, as a planning commissioner, am particularly interested in. This gives us, Pete used the term tool, And I think that's exactly the right thing. This is another tool in our toolbox that we can use if we're trying to, as an incentive, to get a developer to provide more than a stack of shoeboxes, which is what we have had in the past. And so I'm very encouraged by this, and I would encourage you to think in terms of larger rather than smaller sums for exactly that reason, because it can serve a number of very, very good purposes, and you can have affordable housing and mixed use in the same development, and this gives you something to negotiate with. So I think that that's something you want to keep in mind as you are considering this. Up, up, up. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about methodology. I don't get to talk about fees otherwise. But that would be my recommendation if I were making a recommendation, which I'm not. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley.
Teresa Morris.
Good evening. I also am a commissioner with the Park and Rec, and I'm not speaking as a commissioner this evening, but as a resident. I'm with Council Member Flygore on this one. I think we need to get as much money as we possibly can legally and without creating a severe burden in any way. But my question is, why would we want to incentivize builders to not build affordable housing? So by working at the 80% level, that means we're giving them a 20% discount. And that to me doesn't seem the direction we want to go. By giving 20% discount to via the in lieu fee, we set ourselves at a deficit. And when I say we, I mean we as residents that are taxpayers that are going to be are going to be responsible for making sure this affordable housing shows up in our town. So I would like to say that by starting out with that deficit, we already are behind the race to get the affordable housing in. And then as the cost of building goes up and up and up, we're going to have to make that up as well. So I'd ask that you consider going to the 100% straight across in lieu fee. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comments? Okay, I'm seeing a nod no, so let me go ahead and take it back to council. Who wants to get us started? Vice Mayor.
So, in the event that a developer or developers choose to pay these fees instead of building affordable units, I would remind everybody that the cost per square foot for construction for the Civic Center was about, what, $1,500 a square foot? So when we talk about adding $150 to $170 per square foot to construction, we're talking about 10% of the cost of construction. So if you have 10 developments that choose to avail themselves of this option, that literally gives us enough revenue to build an entire development. So these fees aren't low. They will amount to a substantial pot of money that can be used at at our discretion within the limitations of that are set forth. So I favor where the fees are currently set, and if it turns out that we need to increase the fees because we're not seeing the outcomes that we want, we can take that up again.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger.
I actually have nothing to add. I agree with what the Vice Mayor said, and I'm supportive of approving it a first reading tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, I did want to ask Director Zorns, I'm not sure that you would agree or that I would agree with the characterization of us starting off in a deficit. That would not be accurate. Is that correct? Or how would you I know we don't usually respond to that, but I don't want to leave that because this is actually, as the Vice Mayor said, this is a relatively high fee. We can't go too high because if it's actually constraining the ability to do anything, affordable housing or pay the fee, then we're in trouble. So I just thought it would be good to clarify that we're not at a deficit. We're actually trying to find a point that is reasonable to not over incent towards the fee, but not over constrain to go too high where we might be constraining any sort of affordable developments. Did I answer the question I asked you, maybe?
You did. What I will just clarify is that for condo development for in lieu fees, in comparison to Cupertino, Los Gatos, Menlo Park, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Santa Clara, Saratoga, and Sunnyvale, the city of Los Altos will be the highest in lieu fee established for condominium development of inclusionary in lieu fees. When we talk about, as Councilmember Daly did articulate, is that there are a few jurisdictions that have an interesting and honestly, if it was challenged, somewhat of a problematic method to their madness, which is Sunnyvale also uses a method of 7% of contract sale price of what the unit would be. Los Gatos does a 6% of permit valuation. So if you kind of take that, and we're talking about, as Councilmember Daly is saying, about a 10% of what the normal price per square foot is places like Los Gatos is actually providing an even deeper, at a 40% difference from what we're talking about this evening. So I lean in on financial analysis that's been done by people that do this explicitly, and there's not very many people that provide this type of analysis in the state of California. So I would not recommend going with anything beyond what was provided in their memo. And it was recommended for us to go somewhere in between the two numbers of point of indifference and cost of construction. So this is still a very conservative number in between the two.
Thank you, Director Zorn. So I'll just wrap up quickly. I agree with what is proposed, just like the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Flagger said, and I'm glad to see this happen because I recall I was on Planning Commission when we tried to bring this forward before to not leave money on the table and, to provide other avenues like we're actually supposed to be providing anyway. So I'm glad to see it's here in front of us and I support it as proposed.
Thank you. Councilmember?
So I was looking at the resolution, and my concern is that we don't call out the 80%. I would prefer that we call out the 80%, that we can always keep it at the 80% if the numbers change, and I don't like leaving it at the flat numbers of 120 to 211 per square foot. And I think it's always important that we're clear that we're hitting a percentage. Is there an opportunity to do that? Otherwise, I feel like these are opportunities to provide the developer.
I'm sorry, point of clarification. On the second page of the resolution, there's a whereas which refers to the 80%. So are you looking for a different whereas?
Yeah.
What's
like,
wrong with this?
At all the various whereas, we want to make sure that we just, I think like in earlier.
So the resolution says, whereas the inclusionary housing in lieu fee established by this resolution utilizing an 80% threshold of the maximum feasible fee, yada, yada, yada. Doesn't that whereas address the point
But then
you're making?
if we look at the other areas where we listed the numbers, then we're always stuck with those numbers, 120 to 211, or then we don't get to change it when the numbers change. Is that, you know what I'm trying to say?
So I'll give the point of clarification here for how this will future have to pan out is that the numbers that are in the table,
we're always
those will never change unless the council pays for another nexus study. Those hard numbers will never change other than by CPI. The numbers will only adjust until we do another fee study, which at that time, let's say CPI continues to go up 5% every year for the next 4 years, and we're at the point of being at the maximum of cost of construction, we have now triggered that we need to do a new nexus study. So we have wiggle room now to be able for it to naturally grow by CPI over the next, 4 to 5 years, essentially, based on how CPI has been, effectively going for the last several years. But yeah, we wouldn't want to to tie it to a growth of the number, because that's not how the nexus kind of requirements work by the law. So
Okay,
we can't naturally
I did
grow the
want it-
construction costs.
Yeah,
It's-
to tie it to the growth.
Yeah.
And that was my concern, because then if we don't tie it, then it becomes an incentive for developers, and then it would make us fail on our housing element even worse.
Well, that's why BAE specifically recommended that we were to include a price escalator, and CPI is the most commonly accepted one that doesn't really get challenged. There are other methods to doing it, but you have to make sure that that method is appropriate based on the fee that you're using. And CPI is the one that the city of Los Altos has been using for at least over the last 2 decades of our master fee schedule. So until we were to do an additional study, you can't really revisit the maximum threshold that we're setting.
Okay, because I'm concerned that if there's extensive growth in numbers, then we would be tied to requiring a study, and that was my concern.
And that's something that the council in future years would have the ability to direct staff as we need to do another study, because we know that market conditions have changed. That's also something that our housing manager will be able to help have oversight over, because the program 2B specifically has essentially like an annual evaluation requirement in the housing element for us to continuously look at the program's efficiency for how it's actually operating. So if we see that, inclusionary for some reason, if we start getting developer surveys back that say the reason why we are not built, and there are jurisdictions in California that have received this information and it's fallen on deaf's door, and that's why there's been a lot of requirements now about Nexus, is if you get a survey back from multiple developers and they're saying we are not building in your town because your inclusionary threshold is too high, that means we have to revisit it. Otherwise, our ordinance essentially is not effective. So we have that. It's built into the housing element as well.
And then the understanding about it, that it's to the council's discretion to apply it. Or
right, but that's not
that
as a
doesn't-
part of this resolution. That is in
Okay.
the ordinance already.
Okay.
So that's actually, that was adopted almost 2 years ago.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. And I'm really concerned about us failing our housing element and failing it even worse. And that's what my concern is.
Right, and that's understood, but that's actually why if we were to get some funds in the next 4 to 5 years, it's beneficial for us to actually take that in, because I can tell you right now, I know of a unit that will be falling off in 5 years, which is in the 8-year planning cycle. So we're gonna have an additional unit that we have to provide. This would provide that ability for us to do that. Or if for some reason, the new future supervisor for the county for our area, ends up coming up with another really great plan like Supervisor Simidian did, and we in tandem come up with another 330 Distal project, as enclosed, and not to discuss it, but the council should have seen my memorandum to the council this evening about 330 Distal. There's a big financial gap that needs to be closed in order to make that project come to fruition. Hopefully the Supernova for that project will help do so, but there's still going to be a delta that if we had $3 to $5 million, we could ensure that that project actually goes across the finish line. But we do not have any local contribution funds at this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Before I entertain a motion, let me make my own comments tonight. And I want to start off by really thanking both the council and staff. I look at the document we have in front of us, the proposal, and what I see is that we had a very useful study session last fall. I think that the council did a good job cutting through some really wonky issues to give some direction to staff. And staff really spent a lot of time going over council's direction, Director Zorns especially, with your copious free time. working, getting the information you need, putting together your own mathematical formulas, and then justifying them today. So I think this process has been very satisfying to me as a council member, and I think that the city has really benefited from it. Again, it's something that's very wonky and not easily described to people that don't follow this area of law and politics closely. But it is very important, and it is a requirement of the city. So thank you very much to my colleagues, and thank you very much to staff for what we've accomplished so far here. I do agree with the vice mayor's comments, and I'm at his position, but I do want to address the public comments that were made by the members of the public earlier this evening on this item. Particularly Ms. Morris. And when I first went over the material, I was thinking the same thing. Why are we doing this at 80%? We're leaving 20% on the table. I don't want to do that. Heck, I don't even want the money. I want the units. Let's get the units. The more I thought about it, though, I had one concern and one kind of further thought. So my concern was, well, yes, we don't want to leave money on the table, but what if we don't have any, we don't include the 80% number? What if a developer says, you know what, it's going to be too expensive for me to build the building with the inclusionary unit, and I can't afford to pay the in lieu fee, so I'm just not going to build anything. Of course, there's no way to know whether or not any developer is thinking that, but it is possible. But the further thought I had is that yes, I would rather have the unit than dollars worth 80% of the unit. On the other hand, there is something to be said for having a pool of money. And so long as Councilmember Flagor doesn't lose it all in the stock market, when you have 80% value of an inclusionary unit here and there, and you start building it up, there's a lot that can be done collectively with that money. And really, it's the same idea of collecting taxes, right? There is a public benefit to having the pool of money that the in lieu fees will hopefully generate. And ultimately, that persuaded me to end up in the same position as the vice mayor, I think even before he articulated it so well. Lastly, I do want to address some comments that were made. All of us want to meet our RENA goals. All of us are committed to it. We adopted a housing element that is designed to get us there. All of us are aware that the economy now is not the same as when we were going through the housing element update process and when we adopted it, and there are challenges that are out there. But if we find out that this inclusionary rate isn't working, I mean, we can adjust the numbers, whether it requires getting another nexus or we decide we want to reopen the question of whether the formula that we're using with this study is right. We can always go back and adjust it if and when we find out that these numbers are not working. But I think that Director Zorns has made a compelling argument, and I would be willing to go forward with his recommendation. So, Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Liang pointed something out in the language of the proposed resolution. It is the fourth to last whereas recital clause, staff, where it talks about where the funds, the in lieu fees, shall be deposited. It only says the Affordable Housing Fund, and to the extent staff is able to do research and identify a safe investment fund that will grow our money. Is there a legal concern that this only says we'll deposit it into the housing fund? Does this prevent us from using the funds if it's in the best interest of the city? If we don't specify here in the resolution that staff has a direction to explore investment options for these fees?
So the The real kind of component of it is that it just has to be held in a separate fund. That's really what that whereas is for. There's nothing about a limitation on, obviously, certain investment portfolios. No, we cannot put this money into. But we can, as with all of the investment rules that there are for governing agencies, we can do that. It's just that it has to be in a separate standalone account, just like any of our enterprise funds, essentially.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is fund accounting, right? It isn't a type of investment fund. It's the same as the Park and Lieu Fund or other ledgers that our finance department keeps for keeping things, separate and accountable. As to how aggressively they can be invested, I think there's a body of law that pertains to all of the city monies in that regard.
Okay.
It was just good to have that clarification. I think it was important to have that, and we also have it on record. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I can make a motion, Mayor?
Councilmember Meadows?
And I should have found where I was going to read from first. Well, actually, so I move that the council adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing an inclusionary housing in lieu fee and integrating the fees into the municipal fee schedule and finding that there is no, this item is exempt from environmental review.
Madam City Attorney, is that sufficient? Is there a second?
Second.
This will come back for a second. We're not waiving anything.
Wait. No, this is not an ordinance.
This is the first. Oh, it's a resolution, right? Okay. Yeah.
Leave it with me, Mac. Thank you. No, so this is an in lieu fee. It's different than other fees. So no, this is adopted as of tonight's action.
We had to hold a public hearing, but it's a resolution.
Yeah.
It's not like a development impact fee that has a 60-day waiting.
So,
Okay, Mr. Carnastica, would you please call the roll?
So a friendly amendment is, do we need an amendment, or is it understood that it'll come back annually? Because like you said, we have an opportunity, if we find after a year or something that this is not, we need to have another study or something, should we have language to have it come back for review? If not, I want to know, because if this is the time for me to do it, I'd like to do it.
I'm not going to accept that friendly amendment, so.
All right, Quay, the question called, please.
So a roll call vote for the motion. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
I would have appreciated better understanding that. So until I can understand that, I would abstain. I would have supported it if I had a clear understanding. Thank you.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, I will close the public hearing.
When are we getting those electronic voting machines made?
We could talk about it next week or next meeting. How's that? Okay, next item of business is to introduce and waive further reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending Chapter 11.08, Tree Protection Regulations. So may we please have the staff report on that item?
Good evening, council. No, so sorry, I had to do a little comedic relief. So it's like we're here again to talk about trees. So with that, I do not have a presentation because this is a reintroduction. So we did cover a lot of the technical components. I'm going to summarize, though, where we're at with this. The last time that the ordinance was updated was in 2007. And then in 2022, the council asked that the Environmental Commission work with the staff to review the ordinance and recommend changes as needed. Following the hiring of new sustainability staff in October of 2022, the staff did begin conducting research and peer review, as well as worked with a local certified arborist in order to be able to do some of the technical components to make sure that we were really in line with what would actually work in a new amended process. In August of 2023, staff did present the final policy updates to the Environmental Commission. And then on November 28th of last year, the City Council did consider the first iteration. However, myself and the City Attorney, we both did feel that there was substantive changes that did warrant a reintroduction. And because of the turnaround as well as meeting dates in December, we did not return until today. So with that, yes, we are here for an introduction and then to hopefully waive further reading for this evening's ordinance. And really where I just want to kind of cover is what we discussed changing last time this was considered by the council was there needed to be a whereas clause and a reiteration of the purpose and intent within the ordinance. We needed to do a modification of section, I'm going to just say 110 for easier tongue ties, that would allow for the removal of dead or diseased trees to not require a permit. So if you were to look at that new section, it does articulate that if it is determined to be dead or diseased, that we would exempt it from the permit removal process. Also required in the same section that the hazardous trees do not require a permit. We want to make sure that those are being removed timely and without obviously opposition. And then in section 120, we did clarify that the 30 days was from when planting of the area is ready. So that's going to be something that also is obviously opined on by the arborist that is actually providing the planting plan, which is a part of the overall new process. And then we did add an additional subsection in 120, which was to not require replacement trees when existing have caused direct damage of property, which was discussed at the last council meeting, as well as then providing a zero fee for tree removals for invasive species. So I'll at least remind the council is that we really do not waive fees because that's a gift of public funds. We can set those fees at a $0 fee in order to be able to accomplish the same goal of the council. So with that, I am available for questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for staff? All right, then, Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. I appreciate your efforts in bringing this back again. I guess my question was, this ordinance does apply to protections of trees on private land as well as public lands, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And I was surprised that when I was looking at the trees of our public lands, why there was on our HRI on protected or historic trees, we only had one tree. So I was somewhat taken aback by that, and I was just wondering what is the mechanism that we have to put heritage trees on the HRI list for our tree list? And how did all the trees get removed?
So the process for adding a heritage tree designation is that it would have to obviously have an application, and it would then be referred to the Historical Commission to be able to review and provide a recommendation to myself as Development Services Director, my other capacity as zoning administrator, or the Planning Commission or City Council. So that's what the process would be to add trees. With that being said, I do know that with previous discussions to tonight's meeting is that there was the thought that there was additional heritage trees that were identified under a previous inventory. I would need to look at that with either one of my staff planners that kind of focuses on our historic inventory. Potentially consult with our historical commission, or as I mentioned to Councilmember Liang earlier this evening, is that my department assistant has been here for 22 years, and since her time, the ordinance has been amended previously, and there was a nomenclature change where at one time trees all used to be called heritage trees, and then we defined and clarified what a protected tree is versus a heritage tree, because of what essentially you do not want to be designating everything as a heritage tree. There's an implication with that would not be good. So I can return if the council would want that as a part of a motion, but I am unaware of any additional trees other than the one that you are noticing on the HRI.
So I think that under 11.08.060 heritage tree designation, you talked about the mechanism, but then if it does qualify, shouldn't we have a sentence that after proposed designation of the historical commission may consider a proposed designation, that it will be added to the HRI list?
So, Councilmember, I think you're making a policy proposal that's more appropriate for discussion as opposed to a question.
The question is, then can we amend 11.08060 to address, to cover that mechanism you talked about?
So I think what you're just articulating is something that is a policy direction change of what the ordinance is, as you can see in the redlined version of the ordinance. Is this has been the process since before 2007. So for well over 15 years, this has been what we've done for heritage trees. I would want to look up some of the details of what was in the ordinance prior to it being amended 15 years ago, or just over, I guess, and kind of go from there. Again, I would also point out is that the council will be meeting with all of the commissions, and if this is something that they'd like to have as a part of a work plan item to look into and have the commission and the staff liaison research, that they can do so.
Okay, because I really thought that the ordinance would cover and make sure that all our policies were being followed. And that's why I thought if we need to amend the ordinance to be sure that that's what we're doing, then it should be clear. And I felt that it wasn't clear.
I will though agree with Mayor Weinberg, is that I do think that that's a change in policy, is that this is what the adopted ordinance has been since 2007. So I think that would need to be taken up as a separate item since that was not previously addressed or researched.
Okay. So okay, I'll work with you to get the list, the prior list, the missing list from 2001 to 2011 of the heritage trees, so I can better understand the list and then be prepared for the joint meeting with our environmental or historic commission coming up. So thank you for that. And also, I guess I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Zorns. It's as if we hadn't seen you earlier. So I just have a few questions. And of course, I always like to start with when we refer something to a commission, just to get feedback on, were there any substantive recommendations made by the Environmental Commission that, for whatever reason, staff did not incorporate in this draft?
Nothing substantive. Frankly, they the kind of subcommittee group would have probably wanted us to require more replacement trees, and would have wanted us to set a fee at the absolute highest threshold for permitting as well as replacement values. So this is what I believe is the most appropriate kind of meeting of what we've been doing and what the recommendation was.
And then along those same lines, because I think this is one of the points under 11.08.120 tree replacement, where we're saying if a tree was damaged or caused damage to an existing structure, then we wouldn't require the property owner, presumably, or the owner, to replace a tree like we do with others. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could our tree fund be used to, we may not require them to replace it, but could we use our tree funds to plant our own tree there? With permission if it's private property, obviously.
Yeah, I think we obviously very well could if it's in the best interest, especially of, you know, tree canopy and carbon sequestration and everything else. That's the intention of why we brought this to the Environmental Commission. Yeah.
And then looking at definitions, I'm curious why we didn't just delete remove.
I have one more after.
That's a good question.
I'm like, why is it there? And that's something, I just want to know if there was a real reason. If not, then I'll suggest it in the discussion. And then under the definition of tree, any concerns if we call out the fact that tree includes protected trees? And there's a reason why I think it's important to make clear that people don't, residents and other individuals looking at this document believe trees do not include protected trees, even though it's clear it does. Any concerns with saying trees and just saying including protected trees? Like this all applies to.
No concern with that. I don't think that's anything substantively that would change it in a negative way. No.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Meadows, any questions? No? Okay, Councilmember Liang, you had additional questions?
Yeah, I think that when you, I spoke to you earlier about the language that we have and that our efforts was to make sure that that we had the modification, and you identified it that it's in 11.08.110. I appreciate that, but I think I was confused because I looked at 11.08.010, and I think that's why it was a little confusing. And but it was clarified in the item that you talked about. So, but I think the one on 010 was the one that then, why do we need it there if it's going to be at 110? You know what I'm saying?
So the one that I was referencing that I clarified for you earlier tonight
Yeah.
was 110.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
And then the other section that you're referring to though now
Yeah,
is which one?
11.08.010. And I guess it would have been, please see, for one, they should refer to 11.08.110 for number one. Shouldn't that? Because over there, then it says, please, then we can ask them to reference 11.08.110 after number one.
I'm not really following where the discrepancy is. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. It's confusing, but I think it'll still be addressed.
Okay.
I was just trying to make
Yeah.
it easier for them
Sorry, yeah.
to know that if you have number one, go and see 11.08.110 on that one.
Okay.
But I think you understand what I'm trying to get at.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to open up now for public comment. Do we have any public speakers?
We do, Mayor. We have 3 public comment.
Okay, I'd like to give 3 minutes to each speaker, please.
Lily Najimi.
Hello, council members, city staff. My questions come from personal experience. There are 2 things. One, there needs to be an exception when it's hazardous to the health of the residents, and that wasn't discussed. There was a tree between 2 neighbors on our street years ago that was causing allergic reactions to the 2 neighbors which were next to each other. One was an elderly person and one was a young child. And I was also allergic. I'm across the street, 2 houses down, and I still get these yellow pollens that last for months. And the city did not let them take the tree down. They just let them trim it, not trim it, like just thin it down. And so 3 families have been like suffering for years, and the city didn't care. The tree was more important than the health of the residents. The second one is regarding, I know that you talked about if there is a direct damage to the property, but how about the city-owned trees? There is an oak tree across the street from our house, in front of our neighbor's house, that's grown way too big. The UPS trucks keep hitting it. And so it's not the rain, it's not, it's not hazardous because, the root is coming out. It's hazardous because the tree has gotten hit so many times by the trucks that it gets damaged and it becomes weak. This happened years ago. I don't remember how many years ago. I was really lucky. I missed it by a minute, so I turned on our street, and the branch, which was huge, had broken and fallen down because it was hit previously so many times by the UPS trucks that had became weak, and it just broke. And also, there were kids playing on the street. I mean, they still do. They ride their bikes on the street because it's a cul-de-sac. So the city came in, they cut that branch, but there has never been an evaluation by an arborist whether that tree is healthy or whether, it's going to survive because those UPS trucks are still there, the tree is still growing, and, the city never evaluates that tree. So I'm really concerned because of the street being a cul-de-sac and the kids play there, they ride their bikes. How safe is this tree being hit so many times? There needs to be an evaluation.
Thank you for your comments.
Bruno Deligno.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm a member of the Environmental Commission. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission today. I wanted to thank the council for making this issue a priority. I wanted to thank staff for putting together a very good ordinance. I think in Los Altos, we're very proud of our trees, and protecting them is very important, obviously, especially in the context of climate change and specifically droughts. They're under stress and they're all diseased and dying. We need to be acknowledge that. We eventually also want to increase our urban forest. The cap calls for planting, in addition, a net additional 10,000 trees at least before 2035. So I think we need to, the first step is to protect what we have. So in that sense, I'd like to make a few comments on the ordinance, if it's not too late. The first I would like to say that the tree removal permit fee that's proposed is good. It's in line with what other jurisdictions are doing right now. But I would like to say, do not discount these fees if more than one tree is cut down. Right now, the second tree, the fee becomes $150. The third tree is $150. A tree is a tree. They have the same value, and the fee should be $300 per tree. and shouldn't be discounted. We don't want to incentivize people or developers to cut more trees by discounting the fee starting with the second tree. Second, while it may be okay to waive the permit requirement for trees that are hazardous or dangerous, for trees that are dead, diseased, or damaging a property, I think it would be good to go through the process of requesting a permit. That would be good practice. If a tree is found to be dead or damaging the property, something that can be assessed by staff, I think fairly easily, it would be reasonable to set the fee at 0. Also, if a tree is diseased, I think it's important that there is an arborist review and a report done to justify taking down the tree rather than treating it, for example. And I think, again, if the decision is made to remove the tree because it can't be saved, then it's reasonable to have a fee set at 0 in that particular case. Third, any tree that is taken down, regardless of the reason, should be replaced or in lieu fee should be paid. That's the only way to, at a minimum, keep our current stock. And lastly, in the spirit of preserving and hopefully growing our urban forest, the city should consider hiring a part-time arborist or have someone on retainer. Most cities around us have arborists on staff, and I think with all the trees we have to take care of in Los Altos, I think it should be a good investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Morris.
Good evening again, Commissioner, speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. A couple of things. One, I'm just going to say 100% agree with the previous speaker on the fees. There are a couple other things. There's actually a mistake in the Appendix A, and I don't know if anybody cares, but on page 3 of 7 at the top in D, I think it needs to be reread and amended or corrected because it says either recommend denial or approval. Anyway, it read strangely to me. Maybe it's correct. Okay. Mature trees, I'm not a big fan of cutting down any mature trees. They're established. They've used up all the water that they've used, and it seems silly to take them out. If there's any way to protect them, we need to be doing that. I've read the information and feel like that's being done, but I think it could be a little tighter. I'd like to make sure that the city is in compliance with all these new rules. I agree, we need an arborist. I've asked for this for years and years and years. I've said we need an arborist. That's how we have good tree health, is by having an arborist. If the city hired an arborist and had an arborist work from one end of the city to the other end of the city each year, they'd start again and we'd have the most amazing trees, and we need it. If you drive down Fremont Avenue and look at the trees on Fremont Avenue, it's kind of shameful, embarrassing, and totally sad that so many of our trees are in such bad shape. So I think it's time to put some money into that. I am not a huge fan of in lieu fees. Instead, I'd rather see a fine. If you can't put a tree in, I think you need to pay a fine for not being able to put a tree in. In my opinion, there's no way that any building couldn't fit some trees in. So I think we need to be pushing the direction we want to go, which is more trees, not less trees. And in all due respect to the director, the developmental service director, not sure I'm getting that correctly, I'd rather have an arborist be in charge of making a lot of the decisions that are being put on his or her plate if we have a change in directors in the future. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other public speakers? I'm seeing a head shake no, so let me go ahead and take this back to council. Who would like to get us started? Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And I just have some suggestions, and I think they're non-substantive, so we wouldn't have to bring this back a third time. So I'll start with the suggestion of deleting the remove definition and also including protected trees as part of the tree definition. I have one question for Mr. Zorns, following up on one of the questions I asked earlier, but then also the comment that was just made. Do we need to put in the ordinance direction to staff that if a tree is removed and it falls under the section that doesn't require a replacement tree, that we would want the city to look into using the tree fund to place a replacement tree. Because I think that's something I would want us to be proactive about. If there's no replacement tree required under the ordinance, as a city, I would still want us to use the resources that we have to replace that tree if we're not imposing that on the responsible individual.
I don't think that's something that we need to have operatively in the ordinance in order to be able to utilize that. That's kind of the fund structure that we would be able to have. That's how we have it tied with a lot of our other fund accounts, is that it's kind of, we set what they're utilizable for, and I think that's what we would be able to do. I think that's kind of a little bit too prescriptive in the ordinance.
Okay. Well, personally, as policy directive, I think that's something I would definitely want to see staff doing. Do we have a process in place, again, going to another public comment, where if a resident wants the city to come out, and I know we do, so I just wanted you to explain the process, because they have concern about a city tree. What's that process? So we could evaluate the tree, going back to what the resident mentioned about the tree in her neighborhood.
So I was gonna actually mention to Lily is definitely, you have my email, please just reach out and I will send out one of the staff, whether or not it's a street tree crew member or whether or not it's the development services planning technician, and we will look at the tree that you're referencing. So, I mean, it really is as simple as that. I myself have gone out last year to several sites because we really didn't have a super specific method that was kind of put in place previously. And so, in the heightened with all the winter storms last year, I went out and looked at several trees in order to be able to make the determination on the spot to be able to allow for the removal, because there was an immediate danger to life and property, which is defined by our ordinance as a reason and justification to be removed. So it is quite as simple as that. What I will say in regards to section 1108.110, it previously was titled emergency waivers and exemptions. It's now just titled waivers and exemptions for a reason. There are going to be some cases, specifically like what the resident is attesting to, whether or not it's the street tree or something else, that really is, there's not going to be an arborist report that's going to justify someone that can then show me something from their primary care physician that says I'm deathly allergic to a Palo Verde tree, or whatever, weird, species of plant life that is planted that we are currently protecting. So why would we put them through an onerous process under this ordinance if there's other substantiating, reason and justification to remove? But under this, it specifically does talk about a property owner can submit photographs of a subject tree to the Development Services Department for review and consideration of an exemption from the requirement of a tree removal permit. And this is that it was written in the manner to be able to allow for us to be able to apply it in circumstances of, yes, hazardous or dangerous, but also if there's some nuanced, tree situations that we need to be able to help evaluate so that we're able to respond effectively.
Wonderful. Thanks for that, Mr. Zorns. And then the last thing, it's language suggestion. And this goes back to the point I had raised at the last meeting when we were looking at the draft tree ordinance. And it's because I've heard this many times from residents, and it's not a reflection on our current director, former director, but I know I will hear from residents, this neighbor was able to remove a tree and I wasn't able to remove a tree, and it's not clear to me why that resident was able to do it and I wasn't. And so I think it's important for us to have language. And I was looking at section 11.08.150 under delegation of functions, maybe have delegation of functions and approvals, and maybe add language that says all approvals, waivers, exemptions shall have proper documentation for the basis of the determination. Because I do think this will reassure residents that where there's anything that may appear subjective or discretionary, that all residents are still, the same standards are being applied uniformly, that if we're going to grant this resident a waiver or an exemption, that a resident in the same situation or similar situation will be granted the same waiver. I know that's a big concern over the years, and I think it's important for us to have this catch-all language. And those are my suggestions, Mayor.
Would you mind just before anybody might wordsmith it, just so that I can have it down so I know what, would you mind repeating what you said for section 150?
You know, I just do bullets. Okay. So under 11.08.150, delegation of functions, we would add and determinations. And so we could say all approvals, waivers, and or exemptions shall have proper documentation for the basis for such determination.
Maybe we should say they should have, be based on findings. Maybe there should be a findings requirement, I think.
Or clear criteria or standards. I don't know if findings is too legalese. But yes, they could just set forth, you know, the basis for the determination.
Yeah.
So I see where you're going with that, and conceptually I like it. My concern is this. When we last talked about the tree ordinance, one of the concerns we had was for someone of modest means, it can be difficult to get documentation establishing that a tree needs to be removed. So we had talked about having an alternative process. If we're requiring proper documentation, which is the note I took from when you first made your suggestion, are we putting people of modest means at a disadvantage?
No, because this is the catch-all where if it's not an arborist, if it's everything else actually requires documentation. There will be a report from the arborist. If anybody wants to remove a tree, they have to go through the application process. So there's already their application, and if they submit a report, we have that documented. It's the catch-all where staff sometimes will make this determination. And that's the part that I'm saying should be documented. It doesn't have to be super technical, but identifying these are the reasons in this particular case why we're granting the approval of this application to remove the tree. That's the kind of documentation that I'm recommending. It's just documenting it so we don't have this subjectivity or the concern that I know I've heard from many residents over the years that they feel treated different. You know, this neighbor may have a friendship with someone who works for the city, and that's why that one may not be true, but there's definitely that perception.
So, Mayor, if I could, we wouldn't make a decision without documentation, so I think the inclusion of the language is helpful. What Director Zorns has been discussing, how he's ordered trees removed. Sometimes he orders an arborist report. We do have an arborist on retainer. Oftentimes we refer to them. We also have an arborist on staff. Though their license has lapsed, they're in the process of getting it back. We often refer it to them. So we don't make decisions without documentation, so I think that inclusion would be helpful.
And thanks for that, Mr. England. And I actually think it would help the city. So for example, there were some trees removed recently, and people are assuming for different reasons why we removed it. And there were legitimate reasons why we removed it, but they're drawing their own conclusion that we removed it for other reasons. Right?
Okay, thank you. You've convinced me. So let me pause there. Does anyone have an objection to that minor modification? Okay, so Councilmember Flagger, and then you also recommended removing the word "remove" from definitions. Does anyone have a problem with that?
No, I just wanted to hear the language because I think the city attorney modified her language. So which language are we going to go with? That's all I want to know.
I am indifferent. I will defer to the city manager. You have the concept.
The language proposed by Councilmember Flagger.
Okay, good. I'm better with your language.
And does anyone have a concern with removing the word "remove" from definitions? Okay, I don't see any. Councilmember Flagger, were there any other recommendations that you
Just
wanted to make?
including protected trees in the definition of trees, and that was it.
Okay. Is there any objection to that?
In the definition of trees, protected trees. Just say including, obviously including but not limited. I just think it's important to call out that protected trees are part of that definition.
Okay. Councilmember Flagger, is there anything else you wanted to go over? Okay. Who'd like to go next? Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion, Mayor. Where's that language? Okay. I move that we introduce and waive further reading of the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, amending Chapter 11.08 Tree Protection Regulations with the amendments that were approved by the City Council.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Mr. Carnesicca, would you please poll the council?
Do I need to?
Yes.
City Attorney, is that sufficient?
Yes.
Or with the amended language, right?
Yeah, with,
Or include.
yeah, it's introduced. You're introducing and waiving further reading of the ordinance as amended.
Correct.
And it's exempt under CEQA, so we've got it.
And I'll take that amendment and the finding that this action is exempt under CEQA.
Great. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Leahy,
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and call a 10-minute recess, but before I do, we only have 2 items left. Does anyone think that we can't get through those 2 items? Saying no? Okay. So we will get through our entire agenda tonight. Let's break for 10 minutes.
In trouble, but
So, and he would come and then after COVID, really downside.
I reached out to several people today, and they were all like super responsive.
Yeah, Mike would have been great. He's had like 3. But it's just.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm sure I'll find somebody.
Yeah, and then.
But this guy. So
Oh, okay, John can be. Okay, so John, he's one of those, he's very bright. He played hockey.
Is he on Sharks?
No, he wasn't, but he used to like train with them or something.
Yeah, because he's on like the Sharks Foundation or
Yeah, and
the
he
Sharks
used to
alumni.
work out with them or do stuff, but then anything he does, he's just one of those very gifted people. So if he takes a golf, really good runner in college, no, high school. So, but anyway, yeah, he, big partner, he wanted to go out and kind of do his own thing. Need to get settled. It's like John, and he will go and he'll get settled. remove the definition of remove, so that's all you need to know.
That's super. Yeah. Is this the back of the bus here?
Yeah, no, he is very ready to go home tonight. That's Humphrey. I just rescued him a few weeks ago. But he also needs to go to the bathroom, so sorry guys, bye.
Yeah, there you go.
Anthony, do I give this to you? Speaker card? More for official? No, it's all. Okay. Okay. Even name is optional? I think you have to tell us your name. Oh, I think we figured out. Yeah.
He who shall remain nameless.
you get? Oh, wow. Do commissioners get cookies too, or?
Maybe bring some, but they're Jolie bakes them.
With my
With
your
Jolie.
relationship with Jolie. Oh, really? Oh, it's excellent. Then I think you might be in my show. And they're really. Oh, you already had them? Oh yeah. Very good. Huh. I did show up late. Did you make these? Oh, thank you. Chocolate chip? Go with the chocolate chip, right? I see your fence to that. Oh no!
Okay, can we go back on the record? So let's move on now to item number 9, provide direction to staff regarding council salary and benefits. Before I turn this item over to staff for a presentation, I just want to clarify exactly what it is that we're doing tonight. So over the weekend, a local newspaper said that on our agenda, council was going to vote to increase its salary to $950. That is not what we're doing tonight. There is a new law which would allow the council to increase its salary up to $950. However, that law requires that it be done through an ordinance. So if and when the council is ready to move forward with any change to its compensation structure, it would come back not just once, but actually twice on our regular agenda, and it would be in the form of an ordinance. So the question before the council tonight is whether we want to direct staff to draft an ordinance that would modify the existing compensation structure. Okay. And with that, Mr. Carnesico, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It'll actually be me. Thank you,
Sorry
Mr.
about
Mayor,
that.
for introducing the item. You took basically all the words out of my mouth on what I was going to introduce. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the council may have regarding this item.
Okay, so let me turn it over to the council. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Magino? And Mr. Magino, I apologize that I called on the wrong person. Mr. Carnesico,
No
I
worries.
apologize to you too. It was probably more of a shock to you. Okay, Councilmember Meadows.
Yes, and this question I do realize has been answered in the Q&A, but I think it's an important question, so I'm going to ask for it. In the packet, you included a table which showed the other cities that are in the same size range that we are, which is what the state uses to determine the so-called salary. I call it a stipend, but let's call it a salary since the state calls it a salary. And so my question was that all these cities are considered comparator cities, as I understand it, and the table doesn't have a number, but it was on page 278 of the packet. And it lists the population, et cetera, and it lists all the salaries. And what that table shows is that Los Altos is, well, whether you look at it on an annual basis or whatever, was the lowest of all those cities, despite being in the same category. So I asked the question, why, if the state says what our salary is, why are we still the lowest in the supposed comparator group? And the answer to that, I'll let you say, Mr. Magino.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. The state law did allow council to increase the salary, but they could do it by ordinance. For whatever reason, previous Los Altos city councils chose not to take that action. And so the other cities would have increased their salaries over time.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying we didn't do it by ordinance, we just said the salary is X?
Sorry,
No.
the increase in order to increase the salary, the council would have had to do it by ordinance. Our city council chose not to do that at any point.
So Councilmember Meadows, the not to do that is adopt an ordinance. So
Yeah.
this council has defaulted to state law, never adopting an ordinance establishing pay, which the other cities did.
Okay, great. So since we defaulted to the state law didn't change the salaries, but gave a mechanism for various cities to do that. And Los Altos has never availed itself. And so that state law was adopted, and it says in here, 1980, what was it?
To look it up. It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. Some folks maybe weren't even born then, but maybe in this room we all were, but I don't know. So it was 1980 something, I think is what it said. So, okay, I just wanted that to be clear because I think it's an important point. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you so much for that question, Councilmember Meadows. I was going to underscore that as well. And Mr. Maginot, to build on that and just to add more clarity to the process, my understanding is, at least under the old law, we can adopt an ordinance increasing the salary amount for council members, and there was a 5% tied to that increase. Under the new law that went into effect in January 2024, this month, January 1st, does that 5% still apply, or is the law silent on the percentage increase?
Yeah, so that was one of the changes to the state law. So it's either it's one of two factors. It's either it can't exceed the greater of either 5% or CPI, and that's for the state of California, which can't exceed 10%.
Annually, meaning a city annually.
Correct.
So whatever
Annually.
we establish, if council decides to move forward and we establish a salary amount, every year we would be capped at increasing it by those two factors.
Correct. So if statewide CPI was 3.8, then the most that the council could increase it would be 5%. Now, if state CPI was 7.3, then council could go up to 7.3. If CPI was 11.2, council could go up to 10.
Thanks,
And I'm
Mayor.
sorry, just for clarification on that, this is in reference to if we put into the ordinance an annual increase by operation of the ordinance as opposed to council coming back and considering it.
Well, it could happen one of both ways. We could either build it into the written ordinance so it happens automatically, or every year, or every, whatever a new council wants to consider. They could always.
But when the
bring
new
it up.
council does that, they're not limited to the 5% or the CPI. The 5% of the CPI only applies if the ordinance triggers an annual increase. Is that correct?
If I could jump in. No, so state law prohibits the ordinance from providing automatic increases in the future. So in order to make the increase, we would have to amend the ordinance each year.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember, okay. Councilmember Liang?
Just a correction. I know you call it a salary, but it is a stipend, just like Councilmember Meadows said, and we do get $136.45 a meeting. So it's not $300 a month. I just wanted to make sure we all knew that.
Vice Mayor, anything?
Are we doing? We're still doing questions?
This is just questions.
I have remarks for discussion.
Okay. Mr. Maginot, I have a couple of questions. My reading of the statute is that in addition to our salary, the council can also receive benefits from the city, and the value of those benefits do not count towards the salary. Is that correct?
Mostly correct. In that council members can receive benefits. If those benefits are also provided to staff, then the benefits do not count towards the salary. But if the benefit is provided to the council but is not provided to the staff, then it does count towards the amount of the salary.
Thank you for that clarification. Does the city of Los Altos offer as a benefit to staff life insurance and/or accidental death and dismemberment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, now that you asked that. I have a clarifier. Does the city offer to employees an opportunity to add their spouse and yet pay for their spouse to have medical insurance, to add them to if the staff pays for it, their spouse?
So I will admit I am not the expert in benefits. However, spouses and dependents or employees have the option of including their spouse or dependents in their health coverage.
And I know for a fact there was a council member who did that.
Yeah, I think
in
the
the past.
difference. Yeah, I think the difference that between the two is council members can add their dependents, but must pay for the addition between the single coverage and the extra dependents. A staff does not do that.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I can clarify this. The policy is to provide a set subsidy. So if you have other family members that you want to insure, you're still going to get the set subsidy. And I will use my own example. We get the stipend monthly, and then there's a set subsidy toward health insurance. I've chosen PERS PPO, PERS Platinum PPO that costs a little bit more than the sum of the subsidy and the stipend. And so, so I pay in. And if I wanted any other family members, we'd get the same rate, but I would be paying the difference.
Oh, I didn't know we could. That's good to learn.
All right, are there any other questions for staff? Okay, do we have any public comment?
We have one public comment, Mayor.
Okay, 3 minutes, please.
Joe Beninato.
Good evening. I'm Joe Beninato. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. I have seen the work that all of you do, and it's tremendous. It's a huge investment of time and energy and stress, especially those of you with full-time employment right now. And so looking at the chart of where we are relative to everybody else, it's not a huge increase one way or the other, but I think we should at least be at the average, if not higher, than where we are, plus benefits, plus all the adders that are on the side. The vast majority of the comp here would be the health insurance. So offering that to the council members, I think, would be a reasonable thing. So I know you're in a difficult position voting on an increase in your own self-interest. So I wanted to at least have somebody speak up and say that given the work that you do, and if we were to calculate the hourly wage, I would imagine it would be close to zero. I think that an increase is, would be well received and is well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will bring it back to council. Who would like to get us started? Vice Mayor.
I fundamentally believe that all labor of any kind should be properly compensated. We are not going to recoup what most of us have spent of our own money trying to get elected, nor are we going to make a big difference in our own lives. But the philosophy behind compensating council members and elected representatives is actually a very important principle in equity. And we live in a community that is fairly affluent, but we also have to think about the future of this community as well. And we want to be an inclusive community, and that should mean that our council should be inclusive as well. And there may be people in the future who would be wonderful council members, but for whatever reason, maybe it's because childcare is a financial burden for them, or health insurance is an issue, what have you. There are people for whom these changes will make a difference and will increase the pool of potential public servants in the future. And as we can see from the numbers that are presented in the staff report, other neighboring communities, Mountain View, for example, have already taken steps to, provide some modest compensation so that they can attract a greater diversity of public servants, so that not every public servant has to be, affluent enough to be able to put forth this many uncompensated hours. So I'm going to support an increase to the statutory limit, not because I personally want the money. I will never recoup the money that I spent on my campaign. It was self-financed, but because I want a future council member who's on the fence about whether or not they're willing to serve. I don't want finances to determine whether or not that qualified person can serve. So I'm supportive of an increase based on the principle of equity and based on my underlying philosophy that all labor should be fairly compensated.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to go next. Okay, Councilmember Meadows.
So I have always looked at this as a continuation of my community service. I think we're all volunteers up here at the rate we are, and but I completely agree with what the Vice Mayor said, how we may have the luxury of volunteering, but what about others in our community who have a lot to contribute and may not have that luxury? So I also think it was interesting to see this table. I appreciate the numbers having been pulled together. I haven't spent time actually looking at the benefits, and I don't take the health insurance, so the salary / stipend is my benefit. But when you look at the average compared to the other cities, and I mean, we're by far the lower, whether you look at total compensation or you look at just the annual pay rate. I just don't think we need to be the bottom of the barrel. We don't have to have council members who are solely volunteers. Again, this is never going to be a living wage in Silicon Valley, but at least, I mean, just the miles we all drive now that it's not an all Zoom environment, printer cartridges, whatever. So I would support getting this up to at least the average. And I was interested to see, again, I haven't paid much attention to the other benefits because I don't take them, but I was interested to see that some of the cities even offer CalPERS enrollment and the life insurance and disability or supplemental life. So maybe our direction could be that HR actually looks at this and explains or proposes something. I mean, frankly, you think about it, there is a risk associated with this position. I think life insurance would make sense. Sorry, I'm not inviting, whatever. But so yes, I would support some changes.
Councilmember Flagler.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with all that the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Meadows have said. When I proposed bringing this forward as an agenda item, I looked around and you all were enthusiastically nodding, not necessarily meaning that you're going to support it, but just in agreement that this is something as a council we should bring forward for all the reasons that have been stated. I will add, because I knew the law was going through the process last year. Well, it actually started before that. But when it got adopted, I talked with other council members from other cities, including one of the cities listed on the table, Mr. Maginot, and I know they haven't brought it forward yet. And so I imagine that their council, they may have, and you know, other councils may be considering it as well. But my point is, this data point may be in the past, where I know other cities are going to look at this new law and consider whether or not they even want to go higher. So to Councilmember Meadows' point, we may be even lower compared to the other cities than we are today. And so I do think, and it reflects support, not just for our council, but for future council members or people considering running for council. I think this is a way to show appreciation. As Councilmember Meadows said, you know, we do this because we see it as an extension of our community service. I think we all enjoy serving the community. I would go as far as to say that I think many people would still do this even without any stipend. But to the extent we have residents who would be wonderful additions to our council, do great things for our community, add a voice that isn't here yet, bring experience that isn't here yet. And if the reason why they wouldn't do it, it's because there's no stipend to offset costs related to commuting or, you know, printer cartridges or whatever it is that they would incur as a council members. We definitely want to make this role more attractive. And for me, it's just showing appreciation for the council members. So I really appreciate this new law. I think next steps, Mayor, my understanding is if there's direction tonight, staff would bring back a proposed ordinance. And I don't know where I am with regards to the range, because I think we are allowed to go up to 950. And so I would want, you know, comparable cities brought back to see where they are at that point, so that we can make that comparison and see what's best. But I can already say, if there's support to bring this back as an ordinance, my support will be to increase it, but to what amount, I don't know. And I think it will depend on the different data points and the comparable salary amounts that we see from other cities. So I do want to thank this council for its leadership in bringing this forward. I know there are other cities too who are waiting to see what other cities do before they bring this forward. And so I do think we're leaders doing it in January. And I do think it's great for us to do it for the community. And for any future council members. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Liang.
It was really important to hear that possibly we could include our spouses, because our spouses do support us a lot in the role we've taken on to serve the community. So I would like to make sure that that is included in all medical insurance plans, that if we want to add our spouse, we can, but we would pay for our spouse, not the city's pay. But we can add them on to the plan, but we can pay for that. Because the plan that I got from the city is way better than the plan that I got from my company. And I appreciate it. So I was glad to have this medical plan. What I'd also like to hope is, like, if we want to continue that medical plan, even if we're when we're finish our office term, that we can continue to pay, like other cities have allowed their council members to do so. So I would like to see something like that in place for the people who have served. It doesn't cost the city much but it allows us to buy into the group plan. And I think that's important.
So that's COBRA, and that is in place.
No, COBRA's a lot higher.
Yeah. May I?
Yeah.
For example, the city of Los Gatos allows their council members, after they have served, to continue to buy into the same plan. So you can have that PERS coverage. It's not COBRA.
Is that a benefit that's offered to other city staff?
I was going to say, we're quickly going to get into a discussion of what we offer, how we offer it. So I would encourage council, probably before we bring this back, we should have a more comprehensive understanding through human resources. It has to be a benefit that's offered to the employees, otherwise it's subtracted from the salary.
Anything else, council member?
I guess it's not for discussion, so I think when we learn more from HR, that at that time I will have a discussion.
Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. England, I just want to clarify, because I agree. I think it would be very helpful to all of us to really understand the benefits that could be and would be available to us, and if we were to take advantage of those benefits, what it would impact. But are you suggesting that it's a two-step where we have this informational item before we move forward with an ordinance if there's support, or it's one item coming back with both? I'm just trying to understand that piece.
So if I understand how the law is written, and Mr. Maginot can correct me, we would need to bring an ordinance back as it was proposed. So some of the items that we've heard tonight could go in easily. Accidental death, life insurance, other ones continuing pay. I don't think they're included in what we offer employee as benefit right now. So I would suggest council members could meet with HR one-on-one, and then we could bring back an ordinance that contains all of the benefits that are offered to employees, or anything that council will want to direct us to include in the ordinance. So I don't want to slow the process down, but without understanding exactly what council wants, we have to have it in the ordinance for consideration for adoption the first night, and then the second one has to reflect what the first one was. It needs to be adopted twice.
And although I cannot speak for me, I would love for this to come forward and get adopted as soon as possible. I actually think it would be valuable to have a public, hearing about the different, then if the suggestion is, let's say I meet with HR and I hear about a benefit that's not currently offered to employees, but I would like included in the ordinance. Are you saying I would let the HR person, when the staff is drafting it, would include it without input from the rest of council?
Right, so I apologize. I wasn't suggesting a process. I was saying that we should have a more comprehensive understanding from HR. How that works, whether it's another public meeting and we have the HR director come and answer questions, whether it's one-on-one, before we come back with an ordinance, we need to know what we're including in that.
And if I could perhaps jump in, and maybe the city attorney can clarify as well. I think the ordinance only applies to the salary of the council member. The ordinance does not have to include benefits offered to council members, just the salary. It only gets tricky if the benefit is not, the benefit provided to the council member is not provided to staff.
Thank you for that clarification, and that may make it a little bit easier for us to go forward. My thought, and I suspect my colleagues agree with me, though, is that even if we move forward with a number tonight, if we're also going to be adding on benefits as well, we want to be transparent about it and make sure that the community knows what those benefits are, and maybe have a discussion about why they're important to us and why we think that it's important to be offered to council members as a benefit. So yes, Councilmember Meadows.
Can I ask the city manager another question? You were talking about individual meetings with HR. What were you envisioning in those individual meetings? I didn't understand that, yeah?
And so if they're, I think, so Irene texted me right after the vice mayor answered a question, said he did fantastic, he got it spot on. I will say, from other explanations from the dais, I have not received the same text. So I'm suggesting, no, from the HR director. So I'm suggesting as we go through this, if council is considering benefits, it would just be beneficial, because some of the benefits we've heard, we don't offer employees.
But some you heard, you do.
Correct, and that's what I would think council would want clarification.
The chief can just give us a table of what the benefits are. We don't need to have individual conversations.
That's okay too.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I think it's probably in the employee handbook.
Let me go ahead and give my comments, please.
could I just ask one? I am so sorry, but I think I want to close the loop on clarifying something about the ordinance. So, Mr. England or Mr. Maginot, if there is a benefit that's not currently offered to employees, and this council would like that benefit extended to council members, is that something that needs to be incorporated into the ordinance?
I would, sorry, I can't see the city manager, so I don't know if he's letting me answer, but I would recommend yes, simply because then it counts towards the maximum amount of salary. So if there is a benefit that the council wishes to provide themselves, which is not provided to staff, I would recommend including that in the.
Okay. Thank you for that. So a comment that first of all, I agree with everything that has been said, and especially if the HR director has accolades for the vice mayor, then who am I to go against that river?
The accolades were for the city manager. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry. I distracted you.
Question the source.
So I just want to make a comment about the chart that we were provided. There are 6 cities that are listed with an average, and then there's Los Altos, and then there's another 4 cities on another chart. Why are those 6 cities above Los Altos in the top of the chart, the first chart? And the answer is that when it comes to how the council has decided to work with and collaborate with the city staff, we have identified those 6 cities as our peer cities. And the council previously decided that we wanted to set as a value that our staff should be compensated in line and in accordance along the lines of our peer cities. We were not at that point, and I think now largely we are at that point at every level of city staff, top to bottom. I don't think it can be argued against that the services that the city council performs for the city is labor. I mean, it's work. And of course, it's true that none of us ran for office because we were excited about the amount of money we were going to make doing it. This is community service for us. We all love our community and we all want to serve it. But I know that there is not one council member up here that at times has not put in probably more than 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week, 60 hours a week. I mean, there is a lot of work that goes into this job. It just is. And we do it because it's a labor of love. But nevertheless, I don't see any reason logically why the city council would be accepted from the general value that we set of being in line with our peer cities. So I agree with my council members that it makes sense for our base salary to at least be in line with the average of our peer cities. I do want to make a pitch for life insurance and ADD insurance. As a lawyer, a lot of my practice deals with probate law. And it's unfortunate that I will see a young or middle-aged family where one of the parents, one of the breadwinners, has died accidentally suddenly. And it's of course, it's a human tragedy. And not to be crass, but it's also a financial tragedy. And I have seen that life insurance through work or AD&D policies for someone who's unfortunately maimed in an accident, they provide so much help to families paying for funeral costs or paying 1 or 2 months of rent or a mortgage just while the family, the children and the spouse has an opportunity to come to grips with what has happened. That is when people really, I think, are at their most vulnerable. And of course, I sincerely wish that none of our families ever have to deal with that. But I have really seen that is one benefit that truly has made a huge difference and lifted a huge burden off of families that are in such crisis and need. So that's my pitch. I think that brings us to the more technical question of whether we want to give direction in terms of a monetary figure for staff to shoot at. Councilmember Meadows?
Well, when this was originally set, they went with what the state said the salary could be, which was 300 for this bracket. They didn't change it in the ensuing 40 or 50 years, whatever the math tells us. But so I don't know why we wouldn't take it to the 950. And, you know, and maybe we don't keep up with it or whatever, but it was originally set at what the state defined. Why would we set it at less than what the state defines? And that's what the other jurisdictions will likely do. And if you do that, I mean, we're still going to probably be less than some of these jurisdictions on the current basis of the table, much less before they take it. So I would say take it to the 950. That's what was done last time it was set.
Vice Mayor?
I agree. Listen, I have friends on council in other towns, and not all of them are well off. In fact, I can think of several that are themselves municipal employees. 2 that work for the city of San Jose, 1 who works, I forget, in some other municipal jurisdiction. And for these people, and in fact, by the way, their stipend is more in line with sort of state averages. For these people, that stipend has meant that serving on council is a viable thing for them to do. In one case, a gentleman sort of opted not to take a promotion at work that would require more hours because he chose to give those hours to the city of Mountain View and serve on council for Mountain View. So I just want to reiterate that this is more than just an effort to try and increase our paychecks. It is very much about bringing people in to serve and eliminating some barriers for their service so that they can, you know, maybe it's a mom who has to pay a babysitter every time she comes to a city council meeting. And we have had council meetings that have gone, if you add the closed session, the information meeting, you know, and then a lengthy meeting, it can go from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes. And you know, I haven't had to pay a babysitter or a nanny for a while, but I imagine that's a hefty price tag for a long meeting like that. And I want that mother to be sitting on the dais with me. I don't want her to say, you know, I can't do that because I can't afford the child care just to go down to City Hall.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you. You know, I appreciate Councilmember Meadows' proposal. I would be curious. So I am open to going to the maximum. I would be curious when the ordinance comes back to see how that compares to or 6 comparable cities that we've identified. Because with other things, I think we've always aimed to be middle, like average. And so if the 950 still puts us right there in the middle, then yes, I'm supportive of that. So that's the approach I would take, where we would fall when we compare ourselves to the cities we have identified, to compare ourselves for other salaries in the city. But I'm not opposed to 950. It's still, you know, we don't call it a stipend, but it's really still a stipend. It's not living wage, especially in Silicon Valley. But I do think if we went to the maximum and it's in the middle of the other cities, it sends a strong message. And I assume when this goes into effect, because this would come from the general fund, that will be okay, Mr. England. And so we can plan accordingly. So I am open to doing 950 with the caveat that, you know, I'm curious to see where that places us in comparison to the 6 other agencies. And you already have that.
I've done some math.
No.
Gold
Councilmember Meadows,
star.
go.
No,
So where
can
does, no, I
add?
want you to. Yes.
Okay, all right. So Mayor, that's
Please.
okay?
Through the
All
pen.
right, so if we went up to the 950 and we didn't change any of the benefits, that takes our annual salary right now is 3,600. At 950 it would be 11,400. So the difference between what we're getting now and that 11,400 is $7,800. So if you add that $7,800 to our council member total compensation, which is $16,697, that takes us to $17,497, which is still lower than council member total compensations currently in all our comparator cities.
So that's interesting, Councilmember Meadows, because I was only looking at the column for the annual pay rate in my comparison because, you know, benefits will vary and it depends on which. So, yes,
I might have done that because that should have been more. I think I did the math wrong. Sorry.
That's okay.
14.
I was more focused on the annual pay rate and that take, and I do think I know for at least one city they plan to consider this. That's in this list.
So it'd be 11.4.
Right.
Is the annual.
And so we would move up to 11.4, which would put us at the top of the current annual rate for our comparable cities. I do know that at least for one city, and I imagine others are going to consider this over the next year. And if they were already higher than we are today, I can only imagine that they're going to go to the maximum as well. Are all these comparable cities, Mr. Maginot, within the population size? That's the 950 max?
Yeah, so yes, the ones that are above the line that has Los Altos and the average in Los Altos, those ones are within our population range. The other four at the bottom are in a higher range.
Okay. So just to close my comments, Mayor, I am supportive of going to 950, but I would be curious by the time the ordinance comes back where we fall in comparison to the other cities, especially in the column for the annual pay rate.
Councilmember Liang?
So I think I need to better understand as well, because when you talked about life insurance and ADD insurance, then do we pay for that on our own if we elect? What was your recommendation on that, or does the city pay for it? Because then if the city pays for it, then it comes out of that amount, correct?
So it's a
So I
benefit
just need
that's
to
already
better-
offered to staff, so it would not come out of the monthly salary that we receive. Keep in mind that when an employer offers life insurance, ADD insurance, I mean, these are not $1 million policies.
Okay.
These are 10,000, 25,000, maybe 50. I mean, this really is enough to keep a family afloat for a few months while they get back on their feet.
No, I just needed to know if we needed to deduct, like they allowed us, like, suppose it costs each individual employee this much, or they pay that much. Do we have to take it
So-
out of
so
it?
I'll
That's
I'll
what
let-
I needed to understand.
Typically, it's the premium is an expense paid by the city, but I will let the city manager and any text he gets from the HR manager correct me on that.
You know what I'm trying to say, though, right?
The figures that are listed in these columns are the city's contribution, right? So if the benefit that you take is greater than the city's contribution, you'd pay the difference. For example, with the dental insurance, you know, we offer 2119 for dental and vision, but if your dental and vision needs exceed that, the city will still just contribute that 2119.
I
and you pay
understand,
the
but
difference.
right now they don't contribute anything for life and ADD, but I was just wondering
True,
if-
true. But it would be in the same. It would be in the same fashion,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
whatever we
I was just making
designate
sure.
for a contribution would be.
But I'll let staff answer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Or
on
John
that
Maginot.
one, oh, Go ahead, Mr. Visionary.
I was just gonna say, so the city does offer life and ADD for city staff, so long as council does not choose an option or an amount that is higher than what staff gets, it would not be included in the up to the 950 amount.
Okay, thank you.
That's good. And but then the other thing that I requested was about, you know, making sure we can add our spouse and pay for our spouse, as well as if we get off of council, can we buy into it?
And if I could, for the first part of that question, the council currently has that option. For the second part, I think we're going to need to look into it a little bit more. We do allow retirees from the city to purchase back into the city's health plans. That's at the cost of, or the retiree bears the full burden of that cost. Other employees who terminate for whatever reason would not be given that option. And so we'll have to look into, does that, you know, would council then be, would it be a benefit that's provided to staff so council could do it? So we would need to look into that more.
Or then like if someone terms out the maximum term, they're considered like a retiree of council.
That's the way it's true. That's the way Los Gatos does
Right.
it. There are other
Right.
jurisdictions that do exactly that. And the fact that we offer that benefit to retirees of the city may you know, meet that criterion established by the state. Let's have staff make some kind of assessment of that.
Thank you. That's it.
So when we started tonight, I found myself thinking more along the lines of Councilmember Flagor, but Councilmember Meadows has actually, I think, done a pretty good job convincing me. Councilmember Flagor, I mean, this ordinance could come back to us pretty quickly. There may not be any changes by the time the ordinance comes back to us. I mean, we could ask staff to delay it, but I you know, then we're waiting for other cities. I would also, you know, suggest that we should keep in mind that our peer cities. I mean, this is not like an established group of 7. Yes, these are 6 cities that we have identified to look at sort of holistically when evaluating the compensation we give. But as far as I know, none of the other cities are looking at the same group, at the same peers. Maybe they look at what Los Altos does when they're making their decisions. Maybe they don't. I don't know. And I think it's also always been understood that as our circumstances change over time, our peer city group is also going to change. So when we're looking at this, if we look at this again in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, we may be looking at different peer cities. Councilmember?
Mayor, thank you. I'll just put it on the table because as public servants, it's something that we should always be cognizant of, and it's the optics, right? If we were to go up to $950, and I'm going to go back to the dollar amount that Councilmember Meadows said. So that's my big concern. It's not about whether or not, you know, it's warranted. We all know we work hard, and it's not a salary, it's not a living wage. You know, even $950 would not cover all the costs we incur here in Silicon Valley. So it's not for me whether or not $950 is high. I just think we have to think of it in the context of small city Los Altos, how we compare the optics of it. And so being in the average of comparable cities, I think makes a lot of sense to me. To your point, the other cities may not visit this until summer. I don't know what their timeline is. So for us, I think we should land at a point where we're all comfortable regardless of what the other cities do. And so I guess my ask would be then look at bigger cities at their existing rate and maybe do that comparison as opposed to just looking at our existing comparables to say, okay, you know, if they go up, they'd be much higher, but today we may be higher than they are. So that's my thinking. Another reason why I do have some reservation about going to the $950. That would take us to $11,400.
Okay, thank you. I think you made a compelling argument.
Mayor?
I'm going to go to you in just a second, but I'll say, I guess in response to your earlier comment, Councilmember Meadows, that if we're also going to increase the value of benefits that the council gets, I mean, that is going to bring our total compensation number up, along with whatever salary we increase to. So that's our message.
Yes, that's certainly true. I corrected some of the math that I messed up at the beginning, but it is true that the 950 translates to 11,400 as the annual salary. So that would be highest of those comparators and would be on par with Gilroy. Again, presumably these cities may or may not pay. But when you take that and you just look at the benefits right now as they are, it would take our total compensation, because I don't think you can ignore the total compensation. So you just basically take the delta between the increased salary, add it to the existing benefits, which are $16,697. You come up with a total compensation of $24,497, which is still lower than all our comparator cities other than East Palo Alto. So 24,497 is what if we only change the salaries. So we're already lower on the total compensation than if you're looking at that. And admittedly, yes, if we add in life insurance benefits, then that's different. But that will increase the total benefits. But and we're lower, and that 24,497 is lower than every parameter below the line as well. But again, those are slightly bigger cities. So, so anyway, I just wanted to point that out. It depends whether you're looking at salary or looking at total benefits. But right now, you know, if we're making the adjustment based on the new law and we're still lower than the current, you know, total compensation than what the cities are getting now before they make adjustments, then, you know, so I don't know. But it's community service, so whatever everyone wants.
Okay, so it looks like everyone has said their piece. Staff is dutifully looking at council, hoping for some direction.
Not making eye contact.
I do want to add, I don't know if some of these numbers are correct, because when I spoke to some of the council members and actually asked them what they got, it's different than what I see reflected here. So that's just my comment adding to that.
Higher or lower?
And is it gross or
Higher.
post-tax, or because like you mentioned the 136 earlier?
That's
Because it,
Right. Like I want to make sure.
and
you're
ours comes out to 3,600, right?
Yes.
Right. And then their pre-tax was much higher. So I was just really surprised when I see what's reflected here. And so, you know, in comparison to what I just am a little bit shocked at the numbers I see here and what I see when I ask them.
All right, let me
pull it together, Mayor.
let me see. Let me see if I can. I think, Sally, your points are very well taken. Nisa, I think your points are very well taken as well. I think what I would like to see is something, an ordinance that takes council's compensation, total compensation, into the middle range of what our peer cities are offering. And I'm going to go with the numbers in the chart that staff has provided because I don't have any data in front of me to show that they're not right. And I hope that if there are any errors in the chart, that it's rather minor and it's going to come out in the wash when looking at our 6 peer cities. One of which, when it comes to total compensation, really is an outlier. So I would like to see an ordinance from staff that increases the monetary salary of the council combined with other benefits that are also offered to city staff. So it would not have to come out of our salary. That brings us in line with the average total compensation of our peer cities, and that number is $33,672. I'm comfortable using the numbers that we have in front of us today, as opposed to trying to recalculate if and when someone changes their ordinance in the near future, because I think this is something that we can probably get done pretty quickly this year. So that I don't know if that is enough direction to staff, or if you need further clarification on the specifics of salary and possible benefits.
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to add that it would be nice to have staff look into the viability of extending buy-in rights to past, to council
After a council member has left. So that I'm okay with that, but I think so. Wait.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that is not a part of compensation, so I think that might be beyond the scope of this agenda item. So I would support bringing it back, but correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney. Is that direction we can give on this item, or do we need to agendize something different?
You could have us come back with this information if you want. I mean, you're directing us to do an ordinance at this point, right?
Well, we're talking about, but specifically, there's interest in the council in offering an opportunity for council members who have left the council to be able to get on, to be able to buy into the city's healthcare plan. I don't know if that's a benefit or if that's something different.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to look into it and then bring it either with the ordinance or bring it back as a separate item.
Okay, so staff will look into that, but ultimately, I don't think that's going to adjust what a council member's total compensation is in any given year.
So the answer to that is it depends. So for purposes of tonight, if council's direction is to bring back an ordinance that would put total compensation in line with the average of our peer cities, that ordinance would include the salary portion only. We could bring back the other benefits that would not be included in the ordinance, but council could see how they relate to the total average comparator. The other option that we're talking about now, we can determine if it is a benefit that applies to council. If it does apply, or to staff, if it does apply to staff in that way, then it would not have to be included in the ordinance. If it does not, then it would have to be included. So for tonight, I think we have the direction. We can bring an ordinance back on salary only with suggested benefits that are currently offered to staff, and then we can research the other piece.
Okay, so what I'm envisioning is an ordinance comes back to us, and there will be a proposed number by staff in the ordinance, and then there will be a list of benefits that are offered to staff and the value of those benefits, and then council can consider those benefits, decide whether we want to include any of them, and if so, each one. And we will have the information in front of us as to what the value of that benefit is when we ourselves look at the total compensation.
Correct.
Yes.
Mayor, if that's a motion, I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, do we need a motion, or is that?
Direction.
It sounds like we're all in agreement.
I think we have direction. We'll bring the ordinance back.
Okay.
And the good news is you have 2 hearings on this ordinance, so.
It's great news.
Yes, so it will be tortured forever.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 10. It is my intention to treat this agenda item the same way we would treat any other. So there won't be a staff report, but Councilmember Liang, if you'd like to give an introduction or make a statement, I'll give you the opportunity to do that. Then I will allow council members to ask questions of Councilmember Liang We'll then open it up for public comments and then bring it back to the council for deliberation. So, Councilmember Leang?
Yes, I requested to go to the conference. It's these conferences are more like continuing education opportunities. You have we have staff, we have doctors, we have realtors, we have a lot of various positions that require continuing education and opportunities to learn. I think that if these opportunities arise, it's important that we can educate ourselves, learn from others, and when we, as a council, even as a whole, is better when we attend leadership events and can get education that makes our residents' lives better. I think that learning from others as well outside of our state is important. You can learn ideas. They have suggestions, and as well as I've also put it in the report as to why I feel that it was important that we, not only myself, but anyone who wants to attend these conferences. And I would encourage that because I think that these opportunities is, we're talking about, earlier we talked about compensation. These are just another opportunity of our city allowing us to get educated and to do, and many people come onto council and you've got to learn a whole range of information from sewers to public safety, and these conferences allow for that. So I just wanted to place my request because I'm interested in going to continue to learn more. I gain information that also benefits the other committees I'm on. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Okay. I would like to ask you a few questions before I turn it over to other council members. In looking at our policy, the general guidelines for allowable expenses for council travel has several categories or criteria. One of them is just showing that the meeting is mandatory and or necessary to accomplish key city goals and objectives. So can you please explain to us what key city goals and objectives would be accomplished by your attending this conference?
Opportunities to seek avenues for funding. I think that's another thing that would benefit our city. When I went to the last conference, fortunately, I was able to get a grant. I think that was a good thing. And for us to achieve key city goals, you won't know that until you as well learn from others, and that will allow us to see how we can achieve our city goals. When I went to other conferences, I learned about other cities and how they acquired funding to put in new infrastructure for public safety facilities. That was important. We haven't had that conversation yet, so how for me to apply that knowledge hasn't come up. So I just feel that there's many opportunities for me to gain the knowledge, to apply it so we can achieve our goals.
Okay. The conference that you want to attend on the days you want to attend are an advocacy conference where you're going to go to the Hill and talk to our member of Congress in the House and our 2 senators. So what are the issues that you're going to advocate for when you go on the Hill?
I always, well, when you go there, you're limited on your advocacy for, I advocate for small cities. And when we're there for advocacy, purposes, you're advocating for and supporting the positions that Cal cities have taken.
So you're advocating Cal City's official positions?
Yes, that too, as well.
And what besides what Cal Cities has done, what else do you advocate?
I wasn't directed by my city to advocate for anything, so I don't. If you want to give me some things, if I do attend and to represent our city to advocate for something, but I do represent, when I'm there, I support the Cal Cities positions that are there.
In the staff report, which was based off of your travel request, it says that the estimated fees are just under $2,000. But that $2,000 didn't include your hotel, and I'm wondering why you left your hotel off of that number.
I did include the hotel.
So the staff report says $1,997, and in your I assume these are your handwritten notes.
No.
You have
Right here,
$1,997.
it's at the top. It's right here. They have the lodging fee, $315 by 3, and then.
Right. So why isn't that included in the math that you did at the bottom
So
of the page?
Mayor, this is Assistant to the City Manager, Karnaseka. It looks like the notes at the bottom were done by our finance department when they were doing the math. So it looks like now that I'm reading it through while you walk through that, hotel and lodging was missing. So staff apologizes for that error. That was not Councilmember Leang's mistake.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for the council member. Do any of my colleagues have questions for Councilmember Liang? Vice Mayor.
This is a conference you've been to once before. Is that correct?
I have gone to NLC, and I that's why I value that experience.
So, when was the last time that you went?
A year ago.
And can you offer an example of a specific way that your experience last year benefited the city of Los Altos?
When it benefited the city of Los Altos, I think when I come back with more knowledge, I think it benefits the city in so many ways.
I understand that, and I don't disagree with that or take any issue with that in general terms. I was hoping, though, that there might be one specific tangible example because having been there already once, I don't know that the general benefit would redound in the same way the second time.
Well, that time it was more about COVID recovery and how to generate, help your small businesses and provide support for small businesses. So that is going to be different than this time around.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for, was just what you said.
And so it will be applicable to the timing of what events and occurrences occur during that time.
Councilmember Flygore or Meadows? No? All right, then let me open it up for public comment. Mr. Karnaseka, do we have any public comments?
No, Mayor.
Okay, then let's bring it back to council. I'll get us started. So, Councilmember Liang, you're asking the council to allocate $3,000 for you to attend this conference, and I know for lodging you have $945. I went on to the conference website, and $315 was the least expensive lodging that I saw, but there's also taxes and fees. So at the end, it's going to be well over $3,000 for you to attend the trip. In looking at the conference website, it says that the education portion of the conference is on March 9th and 10th, but I believe you're asking to go on the 11th, 12th, and 13th. So So the dates that you're listing that you're going to attend the conference on the form, the 11th to the 13th, the educational portion of the conference will already have ended. It
Executive
says executive
sessions.
education and pre-conference activities, but there's no listing of any other educational activities. There's no schedule.
They haven't.
Let me
Okay.
finish. The only programmed activity that I saw for the dates that you're going to be there is a 1-hour training session on the 12th, which is training for advocacy. And I'm having a hard time seeing the benefit to the city sending you to this conference for advocacy to our members of Congress because, one, I think that this council has a very good relationship with Anna Eshu's office. I know she has a representative that comes to various council functions, has introduced himself several times, and has always been available when I've had to talk to him. And of course, she's going to be retiring in a year anyway. And then, of course, we have our 2 senators, also one of whom is not going to be in office a year from now. You also have a history of advocating for positions that the majority of council has not supported. So that makes me a little bit nervous because it looking at the calendar and what I see in terms of what's being offered, the days that you're there, it looks like all you're doing is advocacy. And I'm nervous because you've advocated for positions not supported by a majority of the council. You're also asking in advance to be paid a per diem for meals and incidentals, and I know it's only $79 a day, but my experience at these conferences is that most of them offer at least one, if not more, meals. And if the conference is offering a meal, you're expected to eat there. If you choose not to, you can do that on your own dime. But I don't think it's appropriate to ask the city to advance you for these meals when the conference itself might be offering them to you as well. So given all that, I'm having a hard time justifying sending you to this conference. I don't see the benefit to the city.
So I just want to comment and respond. I did tell staff that when they offer meals, I don't need the meals, and that's why we submit our receipts after. Regarding the schedule, they did not provide the schedule. I told staff that I was reaching out to members of the conference, and the schedule wasn't updated yet. And the conference is scheduled from the 11th to the 13th. The executive sessions are scheduled for 9th and 10th. So I did want to clarify that. And it is difficult to see because they haven't released all the sessions yet.
Okay, but if they haven't released all the sessions yet, then how do you know that the sessions are going to offer an educational benefit for you, which would therefore extend to a benefit to the city?
Because of my past experience, when I went to practically every session back to back. And I would encourage you as well, not only for me, but for other members of council to attend so you can understand what NLC and how it benefits cities. You learn so much more. You learn from other council members. You learn what other cities are doing in other states. It's so valuable, and I can't express that enough.
Other council members? Councilmember Meadows?
Thank you, Mayor. So I come at this a little bit differently, and I think the question is really for any conferences that we haven't, or travel opportunities that we haven't already predefined as not needing, to come before council to request. So should Los Altos be represented at this conference? Right? So forget Lynette asking, but do we need representation there? And if so, why? As you already mentioned, Mayor, we have very good relationship with our congressperson. We can advocate without leaving the county even. Well, maybe she's, so anyway, Menlo Park, maybe she's a different county. But so should Los Altos be represented at this conference? I don't really see why. This, because again, this is a conference about Congressional City Conference. It has the Day on the Hill. It's all about advocacy for legislation. I don't see so. And even if we did decide it needed, then the question is by whom? And I'm not really trying to be argumentative, but you mentioned mayor, and there have been examples where council has given very specific direction and it hasn't been followed. And I'll just bring it up, put it out on the table, your VTA appointment. And so why would we, if we deemed this a valuable conference for a council member to attend for the city, we have to attend, we would choose to send someone who we could be comfortable would follow council's defined, which we haven't defined, but we could if we thought it was valuable, advocacy positions. And I don't have the confidence because of that previous example. So, but even regardless of that, I just don't know why any of us needs to be there. This is not primarily an educational focus. It's educational around advocacy, and that's not something that I think that we need to be doing. It's not about, sort of the workflow that we do on council, as far as I understand this conference. So I don't really think any of us need to be there. That's just my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Flagler, Vice Mayor?
I generally support educational opportunities for a variety of reasons, some of which are actually tied to the discussion that we had about compensation a little while ago, because I would characterize them as enrichment in some cases. Now, going all the way to Washington, D.C. for enrichment might not be what I would, say is an appropriate sort of added educational benefit for council. And the fact that the conference itself doesn't support our workflow and is about advocacy is also a concern that I have. And honestly, since you've been to the conference before and you're in your 8th year and about to term out, I think there are other things there are probably other conferences, other places you could go that would be of more direct benefit to our community. So I'm not convinced. I generally support the idea of going to conferences, but I remain unconvinced that this is one that we should be sending somebody to.
Councilmember Flagler?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it's funny. I really wanted to hear everybody, but I think we are all arriving at the same place, but for different reasons. And I'll start with the budget associated with travel as council members. And I know we created and built in the policy an exception for Cal Cities and local conferences and educational opportunities, but there is a dollar amount tied to those as well. And I would hope and expect that you would take advantage of those, since I think there's a clear connection between those conferences, and those are the ones that we want you to attend. At least all council members should be attending because they're so relevant to our work. And so presumably, if we want to encourage all of us to go to these conferences that directly relate to what we do, and there's a cost associated with it, for me to approve this additional amount, whether it's $2,000 or $4,000, I really would need to understand the benefit to the city. And I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing, everybody's like ROI, but I really don't see how this is going to benefit the city. I do think that you will get, to use the vice mayor's word, enrichment. I do think you attend any conference, you're going to have some takeaway. But I haven't heard the takeaway or the value to the city that would justify a trip to DC on the city dime for you to go there. And I think you've been to this conference at least once, maybe more than once. And I've not heard you present to council the things you've been able to accomplish and advocate on our behalf and what that has resulted in for the city. And because of that, I can't support this additional cost to our city because we're already covering the cost of us traveling to other Cal cities or cities association or whatever are the local events that are happening that directly relate to our work. And I came here with an open mind. I really wanted you to make the argument why this is so unique and the benefit to the city, not just, this potential for educational opportunity. Yes, there may be a small benefit. You may make connections, this grant you mentioned, but again, it doesn't amount to what I think we would need to hear and justify to say, oh my gosh, you're bringing this back to the city, you're accomplishing these things. Of course, we want to support you in attending this conference. And to Councilmember Meadows' point, when I think about, if we were to expend these dollars to say, okay, one council member should attend such a conference, I would give deference to the sitting mayor to represent us. And if he or she isn't available, and again, you didn't ask the second question, if it's not the mayor, then who would be the best representative for the city to bring these benefits to the city? That's the discussion we would have, as opposed to one council member coming forward to say, I'm interested in going because I see personal enrichment and this potential for it to benefit the city. So unfortunately, I have not heard a justification to add this additional cost to our travel budget for you to go to DC. And I'm glad you were able to take advantage of this conference in the past. But for this one, I have not heard the benefit to the city that's worth this investment.
So I think I'm hearing a consensus on council not to approve the request. Councilmember Liang, is there anything else that you wanted to say to address the concerns? No. Okay. Then I think the direction is not to approve the request. Next item on our agenda are informational items, tentative calendar. There is a project update on 330 Distel. Those are just informational items. That brings us to council staff reports and direction on future agenda items. So let me go ahead and start. Beginning tomorrow and through Friday, I'm going to attend the Mayors and Council Members Academy in Monterey. I will be leaving bright and early, probably between 5:30 and 6 to try to get to Monterey by 8:30 or so when they start checking in. So I will be down there. That is an educational conference. There is a set agenda. You don't pick and choose various seminars. It's really an opportunity to learn some of the nuts and bolts of how councils function, how to work better with staff, what are the legal requirements. I remember when I attended it when I first got on council. It was a tremendous value, and I am looking forward to going to that again. We have joint meetings with the commissions, each of our next two council meetings. So we have special meetings starting at 5, both of our meetings in February. So be ready for those, please. And we're looking forward to finally meeting with our commissions. It's been quite a while, I think, since we've done that. I do want to note that on January 25th, so that's a couple of days from now, or is it tomorrow? No, yeah, it's a couple of days. I think that the city is holding a community meeting on restriping Hardin or Dirt. Is that correct? Okay. So this is a community meeting beginning at 6 o'clock. Mr. City Manager, where is that taking place? Do you have a football stadium that can hold all the people on the way in?
I believe it's at the community center, Mayor. Let me Google while you give your update.
Okay. So the city manager is going to look up the location. Unfortunately, I'm going to be away in Monterey, but I know that this is an item that has gained a lot of attention and a lot of concern by our residents. So I wanted to make sure that I had a shout out to let people know that there is that meeting coming up. February 10th is Family Fun Day at the community center. The theme is Sports Spectacular. Family Fun Days are fantastic events for families with young children. Again, if you're interested in it, or you think your child might be interested in it, or grandchild, or anyone else that is of a young age, I highly recommend that you attend the family fun day at the community center. A lot of effort is put in. I think the Parks and Rec department just does a phenomenal job. For a future agenda item, I would like to propose this. At our last meeting, I think Senator Becker awarded the city a very generous grant of $200,000. Once the city has determined how that money is going to be spent specifically, I would like to write a letter on behalf of the council to Senator Becker, thanking him for the generous grant and letting him know exactly how we plan on using the money. Is there support for that?
But do you need to have it be an agenda item? Can't we, I mean.
Well, I
can't we
think
just
for
approve?
me to write a letter on behalf of the city, I think that has to be approved by the
Oh,
council.
okay.
No, isn't there norms? I think if it aligns, I think you can write. I mean, again, it has to align with our priorities, but I think there is some discretion to the mayor to write correspondence on our behalf.
Okay, so it sounds like there's approval for the idea. I'll leave it to staff to determine whether it has to come back as an item or if the mayor has discretion on the area. So, and with that is
Mayor,
yeah.
sorry, the meeting's in the Manzanita room.
So for anyone interested in the community meeting on restriping Jardin or Hardin, same street, different pronunciations, 6 o'clock Thursday evening in the Manzanita room of the community center. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Meadows?
Yes, I have just a couple updates for my colleagues. Thank you, Mayor, for the reappointments to both the CHAC Board and to SVCE. I have updates on both of those tonight. So as I think I informed my colleagues last year, that CHAC is in, Community Health Awareness Council is in the process of looking at sustainability of the organization, and it's been through some tight times. That sustainability has basically landed on looking at potential merger or partnerships to strengthen the whole behavioral health field has been having trouble with the finances. California's new Medi-Cal program, which is called, I think, CalAIM, it's very tight time. So CHAC's looking at a partnership merger. And tomorrow, actually, there's a board of directors meeting where the board will have the opportunity to vote on moving into due diligence with a potential merger partner who has been selected through a series of meetings and considerations to look at matching mission values and really to make sure that CHAC can focus on continuing services to our community and school-based programs that have been provided for 50 years now. This is actually, the organization just recognized 50 years in service. So the due diligence process, and this is where it comes into, will affect us. The due diligence process will include consideration of whether or not the current Joint Powers Authority, JPA structure, is the best way for CHAC to be organized going forward, depending on the nature of the partnership and merger. And so we will work with CHAC. I'll keep you informed, and they may well come in and present as the determinations are made what will happen with the JPA. It's very likely the JPAs will be dissolved. So that is just an update to you all. As this goes through, the timeline is anticipated to potentially be about 6 months, so the middle of the year. If we have that, if that proceeds as expected and due diligence goes well, then more will come back to us as a group to discuss this. So I just wanted to give you that. That's actually an important update. And City Manager, did you have something you wanted to add, or?
Not on this item, no.
Okay, you just looked like you were poised to.
The norm.
Yeah, we're meeting and conferring. So, under the norms, it says, with some exceptions, proposed correspondence, including electronic, from individual council members, mayor, on city stationery shall be reviewed by the city council in draft form prior to release. On occasion, there's urgent requests that, can go out. and then the letter should be sent. Then it says city letterhead will be made available for routine discretionary correspondence, thank you notes that can be prepared by staff for signature. So it does look like, since this isn't an urgent item, it should probably come back as draft. That's
Even
Or
though
consent.
it's a thank you.
Consent, yeah.
oh, it's a thank you.
It's a
But
thank
you
you
then you
note.
were saying it's
Well, thank you, and
and
thank
this
you
is
for the
okay.
grant.
You're
This
going to
is how we're
consider
using
it a thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I wouldn't have ceded the microphone if I'd known that's what you guys were going to say. Because well, I did finish the CHAC update, but let me just give you the SVCE one. Silicon Valley Clean Energy, it's a little briefer. In our strategic goals and retreat at the earlier meeting, we talked about, and actually one of the speakers earlier tonight talked about how can we move forward on various aspects of the CAP. I will be having a meeting on Friday with a couple of the folks on SVCE, and we'll sort of bring in discussion about our goals and how they can help. There is a program called Future Fit, which I think might work with our community to help folks who might think about transitioning to heat pump water heaters or heat pump cooling heating devices or whatever. And so City Manager, of course, I'll talk to you about this before the meeting in case you want anyone else to join with me, but want to pick up our goal conversation. I think Councilmember Flagger, you had specifically said something, and the board at SVCE had allocated additional funds a meeting or two ago for this program for Future Fit homes, and so we might be able to take advantage and help shore up some of the goals that we identified a couple of weeks ago. So thank you. That's my update.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Vice Mayor? Oh.
I'll go next only because I want to pick up on where Councilmember Meadows left off. So thank you for that, Councilmember Meadows. That's hopeful news about that potential funding source and opportunity. I do want to go back to the public speaker that mentioned, pursuing our CAP goals with regards to building decarb and reach codes. I know it was in the local paper, the Town Crier. What, if anything, we can do as a council with regards to meeting this CAP goal? And, one of the things that I said, my quote in the paper, which not many, but a few residents reached out to thank me for, it's the idea of asking staff to explore if there are legal options still available. For example, I learned recently that Los Altos Hills did the same thing, where they looked at other legal opportunities where they could still move forward with meeting their goals without being in violation, or, they believe they would not be in violation of the Berkeley case. So my ask of council would be to give direction to staff to do this exploration. And I won't repeat everything that Ms. Miller said about being leaders here and ensuring that we are looking at everything before we give up. And so the ask would be, and I do think I need 3 support to ask staff to do this, but it's to explore. We have no idea what they will find. Maybe they will come back and say, no, there's no option here that they would recommend. But I think it's prudent of us as a city that says we care about, we believe in climate change and we believe in sustainability and taking these leadership action, that we at a minimum do this request. So I would look for support from 2 council members to direct staff to do this research, to explore if there are other legal avenues in light of the Berkeley case for us to still focus on building decarbonization or whatever action we can take, since that's a big contributor to pollution in our community. So I see Sally wants to say something.
No, I'm just saying I would support that.
Oh, thanks.
Is it ripe to give this direction yet? Because we just had the denial en banc. Presumably there's going to be an appeal to the Supreme Court. While this is all developing, is there really enough information out there to identify alternatives?
So other cities are doing that. Even, and we all read different local papers. I will say another local paper may have reported incomplete information about another city. So I do think there are other cities exploring this. To your point, if we learn in 3 months, and who knows if they'll take it up. But, I don't think we should be paralyzed because of this concern about, because let's assume they uphold, the assumption staff could make is, let's assume they uphold the Berkeley decision. That's the assumption.
Yeah.
Then what other avenues can we pursue? So it doesn't matter if you
Okay.
think about it that way.
It makes me very nervous, but I'll be the third to get a staff report to
No, we
get
may
into the
decide
meat.
after they come back it's not worth it. But I think our several residents reached out and just said, Nisa, good point, let's explore it.
So just for clarification, are we asking, staff asking us to return with what we think may be legal in context of only the Berkeley case or what we think may be legal in context of our interpretation, understanding of state and federal law?
No, I think the request was some actual options that the council could enact, which would help us achieve our carbon reduction goals on the cap, that don't violate the law as expressed by the City of Berkeley Court.
Right, so that's the clarification. That's different than what I was asking, because if the context is what the ruling of Berkeley made illegal, if we assume that is still illegal, what can we bring under reach codes or cap goals? We can bring that back.
Yes. And Councilmember Meadows is a representative on SVCE, but I was also told there are people on staff there that could help our staff if we have questions. There are experts there who have been looking into this. So that may be a resource for us to work with.
Right, and that's part of what the meeting is on
Ah,
Friday.
okay.
To get those resources connected with us.
There's a call for the city attorneys that has been scheduled, so I've registered for that, but it's not until February 1st or 2nd, so, and I can report on that as well.
Thank you. And then, I'm sorry. And then another request for staff. This is on the 2x2s. I'm on the MVLA 2x2 and also the CUSD 2x2. And if my colleagues on both committees agree, I would like to schedule 2x2 meetings. Hopefully by, it's now January 23rd, so maybe mid-February.
So on that, Councilmember Flagger, we've been trying. I just met with the Vice Mayor today and asked for his assistance. I was going to ask for your assistance on Thursday.
Oh,
So
okay.
I will copy both of you on an email through Taylor. We've been trying to schedule them.
Great, and that's the MVLA.
Yeah.
Yes.
I spoke with the city manager about LASD, but MVLA and CUSD staff should seek those meetings.
So clarification on that. So if I have something that I would like the 2x2 to bring up at the 2x2 meetings, is that something we have to agendize prior to that meeting?
If, as we clarified it last time, this is in context of the crossing guards, if council's taken a position on it or it's generally a position of council or something that has been approved by council, we could schedule that through the 2x2 members. If it is not under that umbrella, then I think council would have to consider the topic first before it could be scheduled.
Well, there's the redistricting of FUHSD. So I'm just going to throw it out there then. That needs to hopefully come up so we can get a report back.
Yeah, no, and Councilmember Lee, I think that would be on the agenda even if we didn't propose it, since that's part of what the Fremont Union School District is working on. The last thing I have, Mayor, is Cities Association. We had our first board meeting of the year last week, and as your representative on the board, I just wanted to share that we adopted 5 priorities for the cities. They are housing and homelessness, sustainability, mental health, public safety. And the new addition to this list is seniors. Our county and cities in the county want us to really focus on seniors. And I don't think the Cities Association has considered this as a group, at least not in my time, and people were very positive about it. So stay tuned about what we will do with regards to supporting our seniors across the county. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I go to the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Liang, I was going over my notes. I want to make sure we didn't miss something on agenda item 8. The agenda item had 2 resolutions. There was the ordinance, and then there was a resolution adopting the fee schedule. Did we do both of those resolutions or just the ordinance? In my notes, we only did the ordinance. So since we didn't adopt the resolution on the fee schedule, can we go back to it right now? Can I reopen it as a discussion item, or does it have to come back at another meeting? The title is a resolution of the City Council amending tree removal permit fee schedule. And in the middle of the page under the now therefore is the chart which establishes the fees. It is the page immediately before the City Council's salary and benefits staff report.
Well, we're bringing the ordinance back, so we can bring the resolution back and adopt it at that time. I'm trying to see what the resolution was. With the amended language.
But that was the resolution for the ordinance, not a resolution. That was the ordinance. But there's also a separate resolution in the packet for the fee schedule, and I don't believe that we considered that.
As the mover of the ordinance, I did not make a motion adopting the resolution.
So then I just want to clean this up.
With the ordinance next meeting.
So we'll just put it on consent with the ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think that might be what Nick was thinking, is since the ordinance had to come back, we could bring this back, because it only needs one reading.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Vice Mayor.
So trying to get a 2x2 meeting for LASD. It will apply also to CUSD in terms of the topic is crossing guards. For the community's edification, the city agreed a couple of years ago to pay for a crossing guard program. Those costs have escalated. They've doubled, in fact, or more than doubled. We have extended the contract of the contract with the company that provides the crossing guards through this school year. So there are no changes to where we have crossing guards at this moment, but there may be some contemplated changes in the future, because anytime you have a program that doubles in cost without any increase in value, it behooves us to take a look at it. That's what we're going to talk about. I don't know. I don't have any idea where the schools are on this right now. But based on public comment and correspondence that I've received and people that I've spoken to, it's a sticky issue, and there's a lot of emotion involved, and of course it involves the safety of our kids. So, and we're going to have to deal with it at our February mid-year budget review as well.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Liang? No? Okay. Any other business?
Mayor, may I give one brief update?
Oh, yes, please.
I'll get a full update out later tonight, but we've started demolition at 4600. Heavy equipment's on site. Formal demolition will start tomorrow at 11 a.m., assuming everything arrives tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone else have anything? Okay. Then with that, we are adjourned.
I did.